Chapter 1332 Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix. Chapter 1332 Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix. With just a few words from Mo Ying, the image of a blooded ruler overlooking the world and sweeping through divine Phoenix Island with overwhelming dominance flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Su Zimo was silent. Although Dai Yu had only appeared briefly at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, the red-headed ghost was still wary and fearful at the mention of her. Mo Ying lowered her head slightly with a slightly blushed face. She tugged at her red robes and said, "Ever since that day, I've also grown to like wearing red robes. However, I'm far inferior compared to that senior." Su Zimo was stunned. Mo Ying did not even know who Dai Yu was, or even her name, and yet she was completely charmed. From the looks of it, she would not hesitate even if Dai Yu wanted her to die. However, Su Zimo was still puzzled. Logically speaking, when Dai Yu arrived at Divine Phoenix Island and snatched away the Divine Phoenix bone, she even fought with the island's experts. The people of Divine Phoenix Island should hate him to the core. Although Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost similarly had an utmost treasure snatched away by Dai Yu, it was understandable why they didn't hold a grudge against Su Zimo. That was because Dai Yu arrived at the Dragon Burial Valley and discovered the existence of the Blood Face. It was equivalent to helping Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost to get rid of a huge calamity. However, what about Divine Phoenix Island? Could there be a blood face at Divine Phoenix Island as well? Su Zimo tried asking. After that blood-robed woman descended, did she discover any hidden troubles on this island and help to resolve them? No. Mo Ying shook her head, somewhat confused as to why Su Zimo asked that. She said, when that senior arrived, she wanted to take away the Divine Phoenix bone right away. However, the experts on the island naturally would not permit it and both parties fought. In the end, the island's experts suffered a crushing defeat. Su Zimo was not surprised by this outcome. Mo Ying continued, that senior said that the Divine Phoenix bone did not belong to Divine Phoenix Island and that it was a belonging of her friend. Her friend? Su Zimo was a little confused. Mo Ying said, actually, Divine Phoenix Island originally had a bone left behind by a Divine Phoenix. However, about 200 years ago, another undying Divine Phoenix fell from the island. 200 years ago? Su Zimo went deep into thought. He also found Dai Yu outside Pingyang town around that time. He related if the two matters were related. When the Divine Phoenix fell onto the island, it was already severely injured and on the brink of death. Therefore, it burned itself and underwent nirvana. Legend has it that the both genders of the Divine Phoenix race possessed the ability to undergo nirvana. Once they succeeded, they could revive and their combat strength would become even stronger. Of course, if the rebirth through nirvana failed, they would die and leave only one thing behind. The male Divine Phoenix would leave behind a drop of essence blood. The female Divine Phoenix would leave behind a bone, the Divine Phoenix bone. Mo Ying continued, unfortunately, the Divine Phoenix's rebirth failed and there was only a Divine Phoenix bone left in its ashes. That bone was the Divine Phoenix bone that the senior took away. Su Zimo exhaled deeply. At that point, many things were clear. If Dai Yu was right, the friend she was referring to should be the undying Divine Phoenix that died. If that was the case, the Divine Phoenix bone in Su Zimo's right hand should be the bone left behind by the Divine Phoenix's nirvana death. The reason why Divine Phoenix Island was not hostile towards him was partly because Dai Yu was powerful. At the same time, it was also because the Divine Phoenix bone did not belong to Divine Phoenix Island to begin with. Mo Ying said, actually, Divine Phoenix Island has been waiting for you. The experts on the island know that the successor of that senior with the Divine Phoenix bone will definitely come here. Su Zimo thought for a moment. According to what you said, Divine Phoenix Island had another Divine Phoenix bone previously? Yes. Mo Ying nodded. However, that Divine Phoenix bone already has an owner, our island's mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Another conjoint body mighty figure. Furthermore, it was a conjoint body mighty figure with the Divine Phoenix bone. Mo Ying said, however, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix has not been able to subdue the Dragon Soul Saber all these years. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The dragon soul saber was indeed rather amazing if even a conjoint body mighty figure could not subdue it. Take a rest first. Mo Ying said, when you're feeling better, I'll take you to meet the island master. He was the one who pulled you out from the void currents personally. Su Zimo nodded. I'm fine now. I can pay a personal visit to the island master of Divine Phoenix Island to express my thanks personally. Right then, Su Zimo frowned and shifted his gaze towards the entrance of the room. For some reason, he could not hear any sounds. However, his spirit perception stirred. It was as though someone was approaching and right at the entrance. At that moment, Mo Ying was sitting opposite Su Zimo. She was even closer to the door, but she did not realize anything. What's wrong? When Mo Ying saw the change in Su Zimo's expression, she looked towards the entrance instinctively as well. Dong. 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 Someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Mo Ying stood up and asked. It's me. A man's voice sounded, gentle and magnetic. Mo Ying stood up and opened the door, bowing slightly to the intruder. Greetings, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. The other person from Divine Phoenix Island with the Divine Phoenix bone. Su Zimo's gaze landed on mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. The man looked to be in his 30s and wore a white shirt. He was scholarly and had a warm expression as he looked towards Su Zimo as well. Their gazes met in midair. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix nodded slightly and smiled at Su Zimo in a friendly manner. Su Zimo stood up as well and cupped his fists towards mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. I'm Long Mo. Greetings, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Thank you for receiving me on your island. My island? No. Since you possess the Divine Phoenix bone, you're someone of Divine Phoenix Island as well. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled. There's no need to stand on courtesy upon reaching the island. You can just treat Divine Phoenix Island as your home. Su Zimo smiled as well. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, I have a presumptuous request. Brother Long Mo, can you take out your Divine Phoenix bone and let me take a look? Frowning slightly, Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before extending his right hand. The bone palm of my right hand is the Divine Phoenix bone. There was no need to hide that. The eyes of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix lit up as he marveled. That's incredible. He praised, to think that there's such a method in the world that can attach the Divine Phoenix bone to the tendons, bones, and bloodline of a human. This can truly be considered as a work of God. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix flipped his palm and held out a fiery red bone fragment. Brother Long Mo, please take a look. This is my Divine Phoenix bone. Although the Divine Phoenix bone was an item of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, it was not connected to his bloodline and could only be considered as an utmost treasure in his possession. He seemed excited and asked, I wonder where that senior is right now. Can I have the honor of paying her a visit? Chapter 1333 Smooth. Chapter 1333 Smooth. In the eyes of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Su Zimo saw a look of reverence and anticipation. However, for some reason, a strange feeling rose in his heart. He shook his head. She left a long time ago. Left? She hasn't returned all these years. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix asked again. At the side, Mo Ying looked hopeful as well. Su Zimo shook his head. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was disappointed and said regrettably, I went out to explore and was not on the island that day, so I did not manage to meet that senior. I was in awe when I heard the descriptions from the cultivators on the island. To think that I would never get the chance to witness the grandeur of that senior again. What a pity. He swept his gaze across Su Zimo and changed the topic with a smile. If I'm not wrong, Brother Long Mo, you can't be considered as a human anymore, right? Normally, the bloodline of the dragon true body would be hidden and dormant, flowing slowly without revealing any demonic chi. However, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was indeed sharp and noticed something unusual. Su Zimo nodded and did not lie. Divine Phoenix Island was one of the 2 islands and was a super faction of the cultivation world. It was ranked alongside the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries, and there were many experts on the island. This matter could not be hidden for sure. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled. Brother Long Mo, don't worry. Divine Phoenix Island isn't like the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects that can't tolerate fiend demons. Divine Phoenix Island accepts all the different races, and not all the cultivators on this island are humans either. There are also millions of demons, beasts, fishes, turtles, and sea monsters. All living beings are equal and we treat everyone equally. Oh! Suzimo was shocked. Among the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects, there was only a single identity for demons to exist. They were reared by humans as mounts or spirit beasts. No sect would accept a demon as their successor. Killing demons was the mission and self-proclaimed purpose of many orthodox cultivators. That was also the reason why many sects and factions attacked Suzimo brazenly in the name of slaying evil. In fact, many sects even disregarded their dignity and sent cultivators 1 or 2 major cultivation realms above Suzimo to kill him at any cost. Suzimo had not expected that there would be such a faction in the cultivation world that would accommodate the 10,000 races. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix slanted his body slightly and whispered to Suzimo in a mysterious manner, "To be honest, Brother Long Mo, although I was originally a human, half of the blood that flows through my body right now isn't from the human race either." Ha ha! Suzimo exchanged glances and smiled. Their relationship seemed to have gotten closer. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was smooth and experienced. Although he was a conjoint body mighty figure, he did not put on any airs at all and had an ability to make people lower their guard and trust him. However, for some reason, the impression that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix gave Suzimo was inferior to Mo Ying, who was silent at the side. It was as though Mo Ying was more down to earth. Of course, it was only logical for Suzimo to be wary of anyone since he had just arrived at Divine Phoenix Island and was unfamiliar with the place. "Brother Long Mo, how's your body recovering?" Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix asked again. Suzimo smiled. "I'm fine now." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix burst into laughter. "That's perfect. Let me call the shots to take you around Divine Phoenix Island and show you the sights of the place as well as introduce you to the culture here. How about that, Brother Long Mo?" Initially, Suzimo wanted to pay a visit to the island master of Divine Phoenix Island. However, he could not reject the enthusiasm of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and nodded in agreement. It was good to explore Divine Phoenix Island as well and to have a rough understanding of it. It wouldn't be too late to visit the island master of Divine Phoenix Island thereafter. "Brother Long Mo, please." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix opened the door and made an inviting gesture. "I wouldn't dare." "Senior Heavenly Phoenix, please." Suzimo gave way. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix no longer pushed back and left the room first. Without much effort, he floated and arrived in midair. Suzimo and Mo Ying followed closely behind. After leaving the room, a damp and salty smell wafted over. It was the smell of seawater, and the roaring sounds in his ears were even clearer. Arriving in midair, Suzimo looked over and could not help but reveal a look of shock. They hovered above a gigantic island that spanned 1,000 kilometers and was extremely huge. However, such a vast island seemed extremely tiny against the boundless and magnificent ocean surface. Suzimo had seen the Spirit Sea before and comprehended the Tao within. He had also seen the 1,000-year Blood Sea and encountered fatal danger within. However, up till this point of his cultivation, this was the first time he had seen a truly massive ocean. It was much more majestic than any Spirit Sea or the 1,000-year Blood Sea. The waves rumbled loudly. The deep blue surface of the ocean rose with massive waves surging over. Beneath the surface of the ocean, countless sea monsters, fiend demons, and terrifying threats lurked. Everything aside, the might of the ocean was enough to shock one's heart. A thought flashed through Suzimo's mind as he gazed at the ocean. He had a new understanding of the tidal manual and sea calming manual. Mo Ying noticed this and nodded to herself. This was a state of enlightenment. If it lasted for a long time, it would provide unimaginable benefits to one's cultivation. Many cultivators underwent breakthroughs of minor or even major cultivation realms in their state of enlightenment. "Brother Long Mo, look over there." Right then, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix nudged Suzimo gently and pointed into the distance with a smile. "Those are the guards of Divine Phoenix Island." There are not only humans, but also demons as well. With that nudge from mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Su Zimo snapped out of his state of enlightenment. Mo Ying frowned in pity. She did not think that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did it intentionally. However, a state of enlightenment was rare. Now that Su Zimo was awake, she did not know when he would be able to enter the same state again. Su Zimo was expressionless. Actually, his enlightenment state earlier on was very shallow and the things he comprehended were limited as well. Even without the disruption of the mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, it was impossible for him to break through from the Dharma characteristic realm and enter the conjoint body realm. Following the gaze of the mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Su Zimo saw a group of cultivators riding on gigantic seabirds patrolling around Divine Phoenix Island. Every cultivator was at the nascent soul realm. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix led Su Zimo forward, as though he was completely oblivious to everything that happened earlier on and continued to introduce the culture of Divine Phoenix Island. When the three of them passed by the Divine Phoenix Island guards, the latter all descended from the seabirds and bowed respectfully at the sight of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. One could sense that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had an extremely high status in Divine Phoenix Island. Right then, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said in a seemingly casual manner, "Mo Ying, there's nothing much. You can go on with your work first. It's enough for me to accompany Brother Long Mo." Mo Ying hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "It's fine. I'm the saber attendant of Divine Phoenix Island and I have nothing much to do. I'll just accompany the two of you." Chapter 1334 Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island. Chapter 1334 Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said, speaking of the saber attendant, "Have you heard of the Dragon Soul Saber, Brother Long Mo?" "I just heard about it as well," Su Zimo replied. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix pointed to a circular building that towered into the clouds not far away. "That's the Dragon Soul Hall. The Dragon Soul Saber is suppressed inside. Brother Long Mo, you have the Divine Phoenix Bone and might be able to wield the Dragon Soul Saber. Since you're already here, why don't you give it a try?" Only 2 people on Divine Phoenix Island possessed the Divine Phoenix Bone. The Dragon Soul Saber could only be subdued with the Divine Phoenix Bone. In other words, from a certain perspective, Su Zimo was an opponent of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. But now, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did not express any hostility. Instead, he took the initiative to invite in a magnanimous manner. "Should we pay a visit to the Island Master first?" Mo Ying frowned slightly. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled gently and said, "There's no conflict between the two. I can send someone to inform the Island Master that we'll meet in Dragon Soul Hall. Who knows, Brother Long Mo might truly be able to wield the Dragon Soul Saber at that time and the Island Master can witness it personally. Leji, inform the Island Master that I'm heading to the Dragon Soul Hall with Brother Long Mo. Please ask him to head over." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix waved his hand and directed a guard of Divine Phoenix Island not far away. "Understood." The Divine Phoenix Island guard left without hesitation. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Long Mo is only at the Dharma characteristic realm and it'll be difficult for him to wield the Dragon Soul Saber even if he possesses the Divine Phoenix Bone. Mo Ying said, "I suggest that it won't be too late to try after he enters the conjoint body realm. It doesn't matter to give it a try. What if he succeeds?" Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix rejected Mo Ying's suggestion indifferently. But Mo Ying wanted to argue again. After all, the Dragon Soul Saber was extremely terrifying and berserk. If he could not withstand it, he would face immense danger and might even be severely injured. "Let's go along with Senior Heavenly Phoenix's wishes. I'm keen on taking a look as well." Su Zimo agreed with a fake smile. Mo Ying sighed internally with a hint of worry. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix burst into laughter. "Brother Long Mo is truly straightforward. Let's go." He led the way and transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards Dragon Soul Hall. Su Zimo and Mo Ying followed closely behind. Su Zimo gazed at the back of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix in deep thought. 2 guards stood guard at the entrance of Dragon Soul Hall. One of them was tall and the other was short, both of them were at the Dharma characteristic realm. Greetings, Senior Brother Heavenly Phoenix. The two guards bowed respectfully. Jing Sheng, Jing Ming, get up. There's no need for formalities. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix nodded slightly. Are you two brothers on duty today? Yes. The tall one on the left was Jing Sheng. Senior Brother Heavenly Phoenix, are you going to attempt to subdue the Dragon Soul Saber again? This is an important matter on the island. At that moment, many cultivators on the island gradually gathered when they saw Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix and two other people arrive before the Dragon Soul Hall. It's not me, it's Brother Long Mo. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix pointed at Su Zimo. Brother Long Mo has a divine phoenix bone as well. He's the one making an attempt this time round. Dao Lords Jing Ming and Jing Sheng looked at Su Zimo with hostility and rejection. Fufu, you want to wield the Dragon Soul Saber at the Dharma characteristic realm? I don't know if you're ignorant or arrogant. Do you think that you can subdue the Dragon Soul Saber just because you have the divine phoenix bone? I can only say that you're way too naive. The Dharma characteristic Dao Lords, Jing Ming and Jing Sheng, did not conceal their thoughts and mocked without restraint. Su Zimo smiled without replying. The two Dharma characteristic Dao Lords were not scheming and said whatever they thought. However, they were candid and did not pose much of a threat to Su Zimo. Both of you, shut up. Mo Ying frowned and hollered softly. Although they faced a conjoint body Mighty Figure, the two Dharma characteristic Dao Lords, Jing Ming and Jing Sheng, did not show any fear. Jing Sheng was a little indignant. He's an outsider and yet, he's trying to wield the Dragon Soul Saber the moment he steps foot onto Divine Phoenix Island. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to outshine Senior Brother Heavenly Phoenix? Don't be rude. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix berated the two of them as well. I was the one who invited Brother Long Mo here. There's no need for the two of you to say anything. He's not an outsider. Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar. By the time everyone looked over, the intruder had already arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Soul Hall. He wore blue robes sewn with raging tide currents and looked to be in his middle years, exuding the might of someone who had been in power for a long time. Greetings, Island Master. Mo Ying, Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix and the others bowed and responded in unison. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island. Su Zimo's expression turned serious as he bowed hurriedly as well. Greetings, Island Master, I am Long Mo. Thank you for your life-saving grace. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island nodded and swept his gaze past Jing Ming and Jing Sheng before turning to the other cultivators who were approaching. Since Long Mo has a divine phoenix bone, he shall be deemed as someone of Divine Phoenix Island and nobody is to see him as an outsider. The words of the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island acknowledged Su Zimo. Right from the beginning, Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix did not say anything. He merely smiled and nodded, as though he agreed with the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island. Let's go. Since we're already at the Dragon Soul Hall, let's enter and take a look. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island glanced at Su Zimo and instructed, if you can't withstand it, don't force yourself. At the very least, if you retreat in time, nothing will go wrong. Su Zimo nodded. The doors of the Dragon Soul Hall opened and a shockingly malevolent aura surged forth, causing the expressions of many Divine Phoenix Island cultivators to change. This was the ancestral dragon malevolent chi of the Dragon Soul Saber and was extremely powerful. If they were too close, the malevolent chi would be enough to kill Dharma characteristic Dao Lord. However, Su Zimo's expression was calm. It was a familiar aura that made him feel close. The bloodline of the dragon race in his body was restless. Su Zimo smiled. Initially, he was unsure about this Dragon Soul Saber. But now, he truly wanted to give it a shot. Notwithstanding the strength of the Dragon Soul Saber, the fact that he would be able to gain the undying fealty of a conjoint body Mighty Figure just by wielding it was worth the try. Pausing for a moment, the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island led the way before many cultivators entered. They walked along a long corridor and before long, their vision cleared up. Up ahead was a gigantic secret chamber. There were at least 100 thick chains mounted on the four walls of the secret chamber. On the end of the chains was a long saber. The saber was snow-white all over, and one could clearly see that there was a section of the dragon race's spine in the middle that was tough, powerful, and unshakable. Dragon chi coiled around the saber and was almost corporeal. Dragon soul saber. The fact that the dragon soul saber was suppressed here by 100 chains was proof of how terrifying that saber was. Clang! Clang! Sensing that someone was approaching, the blade of the dragon soul saber buzzed and trembled. Suddenly, a violent and sharp saber chi burst forth and spread in all directions. Chapter 1335, Dragon Soul Saber. Chapter 1335, Dragon Soul Saber. Many cultivators stopped in their tracks the moment they entered the hall. If they took another step forward, they would have to endure the sharp saber chi of the Dragon Soul Saber. The Dragon Soul Saber was extremely domineering. Although it was locked here, any living being that entered its domain would be attacked wildly by it. Cultivation did not matter, even conjoint body mighty figures and half-martial ancestors were no exceptions. Longmo, go on. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island nodded slightly, indicating for Suzimo to head up. Suzimo nodded and began advancing towards the Dragon Soul Saber. Jing Ming surveyed his surroundings and asked, "Everyone, guess how far can Longmo go?" "I reckon that he won't be able to endure it by the time he's 50 feet away from the Dragon Soul Saber." "Yes, 50 feet is the limit. Any more than that and Dharma characteristic Tao Lords will die. However, Long Mo has the Divine Phoenix Bone, so I reckon he can make it to 30 feet. It'll be impossible for him to get closer than that." "That's right. Back when Senior Brother Heavenly Phoenix was at the Dharma characteristic realm, he could only reach within 30 feet as well." The cultivators discussed softly. Suzimo had already entered the attack range of the Dragon Soul Saber. However, even when the saber chi struck the dragon true body, it could not stop him in his tracks. Suzimo's back was facing the crowd and the smile in his eyes intensified. If it was any other carnate utmost treasure that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix who possessed the Divine Phoenix Bone could not subdue, there was a high chance that Suzimo would not be able to either. However, it was different for the Dragon Soul Saber. The blade of the Dragon Soul Saber used the bones and soul of an ancestral dragon as the foundation. In the Dragon Bone Valley, when Suzimo underwent the baptism and awakened his innate divine powers, the ancestral dragon had already submitted when it sensed the taboo bloodline in here. In fact, even the innate divine power, the ancestral dragon divine pillar, was imparted to Suzimo. Could the ancestral dragon in this Dragon Soul Saber defend against the aura of a taboo? 50 feet. In the blink of an eye, Suzimo was within 50 feet. However, he showed no signs of stopping. To be precise, his footsteps had been exactly the same the entire time. It was as if they had been accurately measured. Even his speed was the same, as if he was taking a leisure stroll. The sharp and violent saber chi in the eyes of outsiders did not have any lethality when they struck the dragon true body. They turned into streams of ancestral dragon chi and surged into Suzimo's body. 40 feet. 30 feet. In the blink of an eye, Suzimo was only 30 feet away from the Dragon Soul Saber. Jing Ming and Jing Sheng's expressions changed slightly. The discussions in the crowd gradually died down as well as they fixed their gazes on the figure walking towards the Dragon Soul Saber. Only mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had a relaxed smile. He knew that it was impossible for Dharma characteristic Tao Lords to wield the Dragon Soul Saber. 20 feet. 10 feet. 5 feet. Suzimo was within reach of the Dragon Soul Saber. This. Mo Ying's eyes shone brightly with anticipation. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island narrowed his eyes as well, as though he was waiting for something. A smile was still on the face of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. However, his smile seemed to have turned a little stiff. Suzimo looked at the Dragon Soul Saber not far away and extended his right hand slowly, grabbing the handle of the saber. The moment Suzimo gripped the handle of the Dragon Soul Saber, a loud and authoritative dragon roar sounded from the saber. Immediately after, a powerful chi of the ancestral dragon surged into Suzimo's flesh through the handle. Pang! 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 The chains on the four walls snapped and countless gravel rolled down, engulfing Suzimo's figure in a terrifying manner. A powerful and terrifying saber chi condensed into a saber that surged into the skies like an ancestral dragon. Boom! The entire secret chamber was sliced into two by that saber instantly. The crowd was shocked. Everyone, retreat. Long Mo was slashed by the dragon soul saber and is already dead. Jing Ming exclaimed. The cultivators retreated. The only ones remaining on the spot were the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island, Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mo Ying. Their cultivation realms were high and the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island was even a half-martial ancestor expert. They could see everything clearly. All three of their gazes were fixed on the secret chamber before them. The cultivators seemed to have realized something as well and stopped in their tracks, looking over with widened eyes. The dust dispersed. A figure gradually appeared before everyone. Long Mo isn't dead. Jing Ming was confused. The situation seemed as though the entire world was about to be destroyed. Yet, Long Mo was still alive even though he was at the eye of the storm. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix narrowed his eyes. His gaze landed on Su Zimo's right hand. There was a long saber in his hands. The snow-white blade and dragon bone of the saber could be seen clearly. Dragon Soul Saber. Long Mo had succeeded. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island let out a long sigh, as though a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Mo Ying was relieved as well and looked delighted. Impossible. Jing Ming shrieked and pointed at the Dragon Soul Saber in Su Zimo's hands, saying incoherently, this Dragon Soul Saber. It's impossible. You're at the Dharma characteristic realm. It's impossible. The cultivators widened their eyes in shock as well. It had been tens of thousands of years since the previous wielder of the Dragon Soul Saber. To think that someone would finally regain control of the Dragon Soul Saber in this generation. However, this person was not Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix who was in the hearts of everyone, but an outsider. A momentary gloominess flashed through the eyes of Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix. This scene had truly exceeded his expectations. In fact, he felt as though he had lifted a stone and smashed it on his own feet. Su Zimo turned around and smiled with the Dragon Soul Saber in his hands. It's all thanks to Senior Heavenly Phoenix's kind invitation today that I'm lucky enough to wield this Dragon Soul Saber. The corners of Heavenly Phoenix's mouth twitched as he forced a smile as well. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island raised his head slightly and declared, since the Dragon Soul Saber now has a master, I can announce something. Long Mo shall become Divine Phoenix Island's Island Master. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island was interrupted before he could finish. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix said in a deep voice, actually, I'm here because I want to try and see if I can subdue the Dragon Soul Saber as well. I hope that you'll give me a chance, Island Master. That's right. Jing Ming shouted immediately, Senior Brother Heavenly Phoenix hasn't tried it yet. If he can subdue the Dragon Soul Saber as well, it should belong to him. Yes. Many cultivators nodded in agreement. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix had resided in Divine Phoenix Island and had a stable foundation and high prestige. He was naturally not someone an outsider like Su Zimo could compare to. That's against the rules. Mo Ying said resolutely, whoever wields the Dragon Soul Saber will be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. No one else will be qualified. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. To think that there was such a meaning to wielding the Dragon Soul Saber. The wielder of the Dragon Soul Saber would be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. It was no wonder why the cultivators of Divine Phoenix Island had such a huge reaction. Most people would be indignant if an outsider like him were to become the young master of Divine Phoenix Island right after arriving. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island looked at Su Zimo with a conflicted expression. Su Zimo smiled and walked towards Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix. He handed the Dragon Soul Saber over in reverse. It's all right. Of course, you can try, Senior Heavenly Phoenix. That's good as well. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island nodded. That will be more fair. If both of you are able to subdue the Dragon Soul Saber, we'll find another way to determine the winner. Chapter 1336 Victory is decided. Chapter 1336 Victory is decided. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix took a deep breath and received the dragon soul saber. Although he had tried to subdue the dragon soul saber many times over the years, he did not dare to be careless now. The dragon soul saber was initially silent when it was in Suzumo's hands. However, after mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix took over, streams of violent saber chi burst forth. Ancestral dragon chi filled the air and the saber trembled wildly. The expression of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix changed slightly as he hollered softly, "Silence." He flipped his palm and revealed his divine phoenix bone. Channeling dharmic powers, the divine phoenix bone turned red and transparent instantly, as though it was burned through. "Go." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix gripped the divine phoenix bone and shone it towards the dragon soul saber in his right hand. Instantly, a flare burst forth from the divine phoenix bone with a scorching heat that seemed like it could incinerate all living beings and landed on the dragon soul saber. Suzumo was very familiar with the aura of the flare. It was exactly the same as the divine phoenix bone in his right hand. Roar. Against the divine phoenix's flames, the dragon soul saber trembled. As though it was agitated, it let out a loud, furious dragon roar. The saber chi became even stronger and the ancestral dragon chi was berserk with a rampant dragon might. Apart from the island master of Divine Phoenix Island, Mo Ying and Suzumo, the surrounding cultivators were shocked and retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. Is he going to fail again? Jing Ming's eyes dimmed. Jing Sheng sighed internally with a look of pity. They were not the only ones. In the hearts of most of the cultivators from Divine Phoenix Island, although mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not wield the dragon soul saber, he was already their young master. All these years, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix stayed on Divine Phoenix Island and conquered places for it. He had done countless meritorious deeds and possessed immense prestige. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had never tasted defeat among his peers and it was even easier for him to challenge those above his level. Although the island master of Divine Phoenix Island was a half-martial ancestor, the outcome of a battle between the two of them would be indeterminate. It was definitely not a fluke that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had such prestige in Divine Phoenix Island. Therefore, many Divine Phoenix Island cultivators were indignant when they saw that he was about to lose to an outsider. Suzumo had a calm expression. If he wanted to subdue the dragon soul saber with the divine phoenix bone, it would be extremely difficult. That was because the bloodline of the dragon race was not weaker than the divine phoenix race to begin with. The reason why Suzumo could make the dragon soul saber submit was not because of the divine phoenix bone. It was because the dragon soul saber had sensed the aura of the dragon phoenix in Suzumo's body. Although it was not obvious, it was one of the 3 primordial taboos. Although this was his first time coming into contact with mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Suzumo could vaguely sense an extremely terrifying power coming from the latter. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was far from simple. Dragon Soul Hall. The trembling of the dragon soul saber intensified, as though it could break free from the hands of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix at any moment. Humph. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix harumphed coldly with a resolute gaze. He bit his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. The moment the blood fell out, it was filled with a scorching aura. The aura was not weaker than the temperature of the divine phoenix bone, sheeing. The stream of blood splashed onto the divine phoenix bone and evaporated instantly. A shuddering aura emanated from the fog, as though an extremely terrifying existence was awakening. The surrounding cultivators were shocked and their eyes were filled with fear. Against that aura, they actually had the urge to kneel down and kowtow. Humans were not the only ones. The other races present, be it ancient remnant beasts or pure-blooded ferocious beasts, were filled with fear. It was a fear that came from the depths of their bloodlines. Suzumo narrowed his eyes as well and his heart skipped a beat. The moment the blood of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix fused with the divine phoenix bone, his bloodline became restless. His dragon blood boiled and the divine phoenix bone burned as well. This had never happened before. What was even stranger was that the dragon soul saber was initially struggling. However, it froze up and stopped trembling when it sensed the aura. Even the dragon soul saber seemed to be shocked by that aura. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was delighted. But soon, the dragon soul saber trembled once more. Clang! Clang! Immediately after, dragon chi emanated from the dragon soul saber and the phantom of an ancestral dragon was conjured. It soared into the skies and let out a dragon roar that penetrated metal and cracked rocks, shocking the entire place. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix shuddered and his expression changed starkly. The two berserk auras collided and the divine phoenix bone that was in mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's hands was sent flying. Without the suppression of the divine phoenix bone, the dragon soul saber released its might completely. Saber chi filled the air and it was extremely sharp, as though it could slice through the void. The palm of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix that was holding the dragon soul saber tore instantly and blood gushed out. Intense pain stimulated his nerves. However, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix grit his teeth and refused to let go. His features were contorted in pain and were squeezed together. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island frowned and said darkly, "Heavenly Phoenix, let go." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix remained silent and gripped the dragon soul saber still, unwilling to give up. Buzz! Buzz! In a wild manner, the saber chi surged upwards along the wrist of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Right in front of everyone, wounds appeared on the arm of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix before long and fresh blood flowed. If this continued, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's entire arm would be minced into dust. Bang! The island master of Divine Phoenix Island waved his sleeves and released a domineering power that struck the palm of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix released his grip and the dragon soul saber broke free, turning into a white cold beam of light that returned to Suzumo instantly. Kai! The dragon soul saber stabbed vertically into the ground in front of Suzumo and its blade trembled. Nobody knew what happened or why the dragon soul saber that had initially gone silent suddenly broke free from the control of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Even Suzumo could not understand. But now, it was clear who won. This time round, even the surrounding cultivators went silent. On the other side, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix stood motionlessly with a terrible expression. His arm was slumped and was dripping with blood in a wretched manner. Of course, such injuries were nothing to conjoint body mighty figures. Even if his arm was snapped, it could regrow. However, the blow he received today was way too great. Even with his shrewdness, he could not conceal the indignance and disappointment in his heart at that moment. None of the cultivators present knew better than him why he was defeated. Just a step more. Just a little more. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix lowered his head slightly to conceal the gloominess in his eyes. Suzumo smiled at mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and cupped his fists. "Thank you for giving in, Senior Heavenly Phoenix." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix raised his head and smiled as well. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island raised his voice. "Since things have come to this, there's no point arguing. Long Mo, Island Master." Right then, Jing Ming could not hold it in any longer and stood out, saying in a deep voice, "The status of a young master is no small matter. Long Mo's background is unknown. Please reconsider, Island Master. Island Master, please listen to me." Jing Sheng bowed as well. The young master of Divine Phoenix Island is the face of Divine Phoenix Island and his combat strength must not be weak. Otherwise, Divine Phoenix Island will be mocked by outsiders. Chapter 1337, Holding Back. Chapter 1337, Holding Back. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island raised his brow and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Jing Sheng said in a deep voice, "I suggest that senior brother Heavenly Phoenix should fight with Long Mo and the victor will be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island." "That's right," Jing Ming added, "Senior brother Heavenly Phoenix has been in Divine Phoenix Island for so long. That's only fair for him." "Foo-foo." Mo Ying sneered, "What a joke. Long Mo is only at the Dharma characteristic realm and Heavenly Phoenix is a conjoint body mighty figure. There's no fairness to speak of in a fight between the two of them. Furthermore, the young master of Divine Phoenix Island isn't someone who can be crowned just because he's strong in combat." When Jing Ming saw that Mo Ying was enraged, he was a little afraid as well. However, he still braced himself and argued, "However, it doesn't mean that his combat strength can be weak. Wouldn't Divine Phoenix Island be a joke if any casual person could just suppress our island master with ease? Jing Sheng rolled his eyes and a plot came to mind. Elder Mo Ying's words are not unreasonable. Since their cultivation realms are different, this battle is indeed unfair. Since that's the case, I'll spar with fellow Daoist Long Mo. If you can't even defeat me, then, foo-foo. Jing Sheng laughed. Although he did not continue, his meaning was clear. At this point, Su Zimo grinned at Jing Sheng. For some reason, when he saw Su Zimo smile, Jing Sheng's heart palpitated inexplicably and his hair stood on end. It felt as though he was targeted by an extremely terrifying ferocious beast and was about to face a calamity at any moment. Jing Sheng gulped, feeling a little worried. He added, of course, even if I lose, it doesn't mean anything. My combat strength is ordinary to begin with. At that time, we can wait until fellow Daoist Long Mo reaches the conjoint body realm before sparring with senior brother Heavenly Phoenix. This suggestion was killing two birds with one stone. As an outsider, Su Zimo did not have much foundation and prestige in Divine Phoenix Island to begin with. If he were to lose to Jing Sheng, no one would be willing to acknowledge him. It did not matter even if Su Zimo won. A fair fight would only come after Su Zimo advanced to the conjoint body realm. In other words, the matter of the young master could only be put aside for the time being. Su Zimo's gaze landed on mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. It had to be said that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could truly hold his ground. Right from the beginning, he had not expressed his viewpoint, as though he was not directly involved. The attitude of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was interesting. He did not agree nor did he reject. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island had a dark expression and remained silent. Su Zimo smiled without saying anything as well. To him, Jing Ming and Jing Sheng were like two clowns that were of no threat at all. Su Zimo was fearless even if he followed their suggestion. In the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, how many conjoint body mighty figures died in his hands? No matter how strong mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was in combat and how much of a monster incarnate he was only comparable to the mighty figures of the primordial races at most. Even mighty figures of the primordial races could be killed with the trump cards of the dragon true body. The gaze of the island master of Divine Phoenix Island shifted as he looked at mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix at the side and asked, Heavenly Phoenix, what do you think? I'll leave it up to you entirely, Island Master. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix replied with a smile. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island nodded and looked at Jing Sheng and Jing Ming before saying expressionlessly, the suggestion made by the two of you is truly not bad. Is that so? Jing Ming chuckled. I think it's not bad either. The smile on the face of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix stiffened. He could hear the repressed rage in the tone of the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island. The Saber Emperor has orders that whoever wields the Dragon Soul Saber will be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island's expression turned cold as he said slowly, the two of you are truly promising. Are you going to go against the rules left behind by the Saber Emperor? Jing Ming and Jing Sheng realized that something was amiss as well and their hearts skipped a beat. Jing Ming replied hurriedly, please calm down, Island Master. I didn't mean that. How dare the two of you? Suddenly, the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island shouted. Thump. Jing Ming and Jing Sheng were so frightened that they knelt on the ground with pale faces. The might of the Island Master and the wrath of a half-martial ancestor was something that the two of them could not withstand at all. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies and they pissed their pants. Su Zimo was silent. This scene had truly exceeded his expectations. Initially, he thought that even if he possessed the Divine Phoenix Bone, he would be an outsider and it would be difficult for him to gain the recognition of Divine Phoenix Island in a short period of time. To think that the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island would stand on his side without any hesitation when he wielded the Dragon Soul Saber. The two of you are only at the Dharma characteristic realm and yet you want to go against the Saber Emperor's orders and disrespect the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. I don't think there's any need for you guys to retain your cultivations anymore. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island said coldly. Island Master, please calm down. Island Master, Please spare us. Jing Ming and Jing Sheng were scared out of their wits and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. The other surrounding cultivators could not bear it either and wanted to plead for mercy. However, they did not dare to, afraid that they would be implicated as well. Greetings, young master. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside him. All the cultivators looked over and were shocked. Even Su Zimo's eyes flashed with surprise. Nobody expected that the first person to greet the young master would be mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. What did that mean? Even mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had bowed down? At that moment, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix arrived before Su Zimo and bowed slightly with cupped fists. I'm Heavenly Phoenix. Greetings, young master. If you have any orders from now on, I'll lay my life on the line without regret. Su Zimo's reaction was extremely swift and he smiled as well. You're too kind, Senior Heavenly Phoenix. There's no need to stand on courtesy. However, at the same time, he was secretly shocked. This Heavenly Phoenix sure was a character. He was scarier than Su Zimo had imagined. In fact, when mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix asked about Dai Yu's whereabouts, Su Zimo was already alerted. When he mentioned that Dai Yu had already left, although Heavenly Phoenix expressed disappointment and pity, there was a hint of relief in the latter as well. Of course, that was merely Su Zimo's intuition and could be inaccurate. Thereafter, something else made Su Zimo even more guarded against mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. His epiphany process was seemingly interrupted by mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix by accident. If it was unintentional, it would have been fine. However, if it was intentional. Later on, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix wanted Mo Ying to leave. However, Mo Ying did not agree. That action seemed like it was nothing. However, everything that happened later on was worth pondering about. After that, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix wanted to take Su Zimo to the Dragon Soul Hall. Subduing the Dragon Soul Saber was extremely dangerous and a single mistake could lead to severe injuries. It was impossible for mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix not to know that. However, he expressed his gestures as goodwill. Indeed, Mo Ying stopped his suggestion. But, Su Zimo wanted to see the Dragon Soul Saber as well and agreed to it along with the flow, resulting in the scene earlier. That was the reason why Su Zimo felt that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was a little terrifying. It was because right from the beginning, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did not show any hostility towards him. On the surface, his actions were completely out of goodwill. After all, everything that happened earlier was Su Zimo's guess without any evidence. Now, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix took the initiative to bow down and acknowledge him as the young master. If mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was sincere, it would mean that Su Zimo was being petty and thought too much previously. However, if this person was scheming something, it would mean that he was way too good at holding back. Chapter 1338, Young Master of Divine Phoenix Island. Chapter 1338, Young Master of Divine Phoenix Island. In truth, there was a moment earlier when Su Zimo even triggered a killing intent towards mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. If mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix took the initiative to challenge him, it would mean that his guess was true. He would then attack logically during the fights and even if he did not kill mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, he would cripple the latter. Unfortunately, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did not express anything. He merely stood at the back and allowed Jing Ming and Jing Sheng to step in. Right from the beginning, he had not said a single word. Now that the other cultivators were hesitant, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was the first to step forward and take the lead to acknowledge him as the young master. Therefore, even if Su Zimo could sense that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had other motives, he had no proof. Everything was just his speculation and feelings. If it was any other cultivator, they would be moved to tears at the sight of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix taking the lead to acknowledge him as the young master and develop boundless trust in him. However, Su Zimo had been through too much bloodshed and scheming in the cultivation world. He believed in his intuition. That was why he had been guarded against mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix the entire time. Furthermore, he would not relax even if mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix took the initiative to bow down. Instead, he would be even more guarded. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry and greet the young master. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix turned around and reminded the many divine Phoenix Island cultivators not far away. Greetings, young master. Many cultivators reacted and bowed. Mo Ying was delighted and smiled as well, cupping her fists at Su Zimo. Greetings, young master. Well done, Heavenly Phoenix. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island nodded slightly in praise of the actions of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Initially, there was a high chance that an intense conflict would break out on Divine Phoenix Island and it might even turn into an internal strife. Now that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had taken the initiative to bow down, it was equivalent to resolving the conflict. Island Master, I have a presumptuous request. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix knelt down and said, There's no need for that, Heavenly Phoenix. Feel free to speak your mind. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island was delighted that a fight was spared. He waved his sleeves hurriedly and helped mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix up. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said in a deep voice, although Jing Ming and Jing Sheng made a huge mistake, it was unintentional. You wish to plead for mercy for the two of them? The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island frowned slightly. No. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said sincerely, I know that you were merely saying it out of spite when you mentioned that you wanted to cripple their cultivations earlier on. I'd like to accept the punishment on behalf of the two of them. Island Master, please show mercy and give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. They cultivated for thousands of years to reach the Dharma characteristic realm, it's not easy. Jing Ming and Jing Sheng were so touched that their eyes brimmed with tears as they kowtowed repeatedly to mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island in silence. Su Zimo was silent. It had to be said that it was truly not a fluke that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had such prestige on Divine Phoenix Island. He pulled a trick there. He did not plead for mercy and asked the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island to let Jing Ming and Jing Sheng off. Instead, he proposed to take the punishment on behalf of Jing Ming and Jing Sheng. What sort of status did he possess? He was a conjoint body mighty figure in possession of the Divine Phoenix Bone. Furthermore, even if he wasn't the young master, his status in Divine Phoenix Island was extremely high and no one else could compare to him. There was no way the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island could throw out a severe punishment after mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's suggestion. Indeed, the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island looked at mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix deeply. Since that's the case, head to the edge of the South Sea and face the cliffs to reflect on your actions. Thank you, Island Master. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled gently. That punishment was almost negligible. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island turned to look at Mo Ying. I'll leave the young master's accommodations, palace and daily affairs to you. Yes. Mo Ying nodded. As the saber attendant, Mo Ying served whoever wielded the dragon soul saber. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island turned to leave. Young master, I have to head to the edge of the South Sea to reflect and won't be able to serve you for the time being. Please don't blame me, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix apologized. Don't worry. Su Zimo gave a fake smile. Right then, the voice of the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island sounded outside the Dragon Soul Hall. Everyone of Divine Phoenix Island, listen up. The Dragon Soul Saber already has a master and now, Long Mo will be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. Everyone of Divine Phoenix Island, you must obey the orders of the young master from now on. Although his voice was not loud, it spread to every corner of Divine Phoenix Island. Every single living being of Divine Phoenix Island knew one thing: the young master of Divine Phoenix Island had been established. It was not mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix whom they were familiar with, but a cultivator named Long Mo. Instantly, Divine Phoenix Island was in an uproar. Suddenly, a surreal feeling rose in Su Zimo's heart. After he escaped death through the wild currents of the void, he arrived at Divine Phoenix Island and by some freak coincidence, became the young master of Divine Phoenix Island with a conjoint body mighty figure as a servant. What was even more terrifying was that he could mobilize the entire Divine Phoenix Island as its young master. It could be said that his status was only beneath a single person and above everyone else. Of course, Divine Phoenix Island should not know of his true identity yet. However, this was something that could not be hidden for long and would spread to Divine Phoenix Island sooner or later. He wondered how they would feel if they knew that he was the Tao Lord Desolate Marshal who was hunted by the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects and was enemies with the primordial races. Would they relinquish his position as the young master? It was hard to say. No matter what, he had to adapt to the situation. At the very least, it was not a bad thing to become the young master of Divine Phoenix Island right now. Furthermore, he had a chance to cultivate the Tidal Manual and Sea Calming Manual properly on Divine Phoenix Island. If he was enlightened, he might even find the opportunity to advance to the conjoint body realm. At that time, even if Divine Phoenix Island could not accommodate him, he would be able to protect himself and leave this place. "Young master, let's go." Mo Ying said, "I'll take you to take a look at your palace. You can head out as well and let the cultivators on the island meet you." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and left together with Mo Ying. In Dragon Soul Hall, Jing Ming and Jing Sheng, the two cultivators who had survived a calamity, gradually calmed down. They came before mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and bowed deeply. "Senior brother Heavenly Phoenix, we will definitely remember this favor. Get up, it's nothing much." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled gently. Thereafter, his eyes landed on Su Zimo's back view from afar. Narrowing his gaze, he seemed to be in deep thoughts. Under Mo Ying's lead, Su Zimo took another spin around Divine Phoenix Island. This time round, most of the cultivators on Divine Phoenix Island already knew him. Many cultivators looked at him with deep curiosity. Some of the sea race ladies shifted their beautiful eyes and stood far away, pointing at Su Zimo with sparkling eyes. They smiled secretly and blushed. "What are those cultivators doing?" Su Zimo pointed to the seaside not far away and asked curiously. On the other side, some reefs appeared on the surface of the ocean with some cultivators sitting on them. Their sabers were placed horizontally across their knees as they gazed at the surface of the ocean. "They're comprehending." Mo Ying explained, "Back then, the Saber Emperor comprehended the Tao at the seaside and created the two secret manuals of the Saber Tao, the Tidal Manual and Sea Calming Manual. These cultivators are trying to follow the tracks of the Saber Emperor in the past and comprehend that same mental state." Chapter 1339 Hermit. Chapter 1339 Hermit. Comprehending the Tao by the seaside? Su Zimo nodded silently. Upon arriving at Divine Phoenix Island, he witnessed the grandeur of the ocean with his own eyes and experienced the boundless power of the universe. Indeed, it was extremely helpful for him to comprehend the Saber Emperor's inheritance. For the next few days, Su Zimo took a spin around Divine Phoenix Island before heading to the Saber Tao Inheritance Palace of Divine Phoenix Island to comprehend the inheritance left behind by the Saber Emperor. It had to be said that the Saber Emperor was truly magnanimous and treated all cultivators of Tianhuang Mainland and Divine Phoenix Island equally. The Tidal Manual and Sea Calming Manual of Divine Phoenix Island were identical to what Su Zimo had learned. The Saber Emperor did not hide anything in the inheritance he left behind in the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. Thereafter, Su Zimo went to the seaside and sat on a reef as well. The place he chose was at the back of his palace and it was extremely quiet. There were no other cultivators by the seaside and he would not be disturbed. Su Zimo sat on the reef by the seaside every day, watching the clouds rise and fall, the ebb and flow of the tides and the surging of the waves. He comprehended the mysterious changes within and practiced repeatedly with his saber. Initially, he swung his saber extremely frequently. He had to slash thousands or even tens of thousands of times daily. However, as time passed by, the number of times Su Zimo swung his saber decreased. At the end, there would always be a long pause between each slash. However, the saber intent released by his slashes turned increasingly terrifying and sharp. His saber intent was almost at perfected for the first 4 stances of the Sea Calming Manual. However, Su Zimo had no clue about the final stance, Sea Calming. That was the true essence of the Sea Calming Manual. This day, heavy rain poured and thunder rumbled. On the surface of the ocean, waves surged and rumbled endlessly, as though the apocalypse was about to descend and destroy everything. Suzimo was waving his saber at the seaside when he caught sight of a small boat floating amidst the fog above the surface of the ocean. The small boat was like a tiny speck of dust that could be devoured at any moment in the face of the raging ocean and storm. On the small boat was a fisherman. He wore a green straw hat and a green woven rush raincoat. He swayed in the waves as though he could fall into the ocean at any moment. Suzimo swept his spirit consciousness and could not help but frown. The fisherman was a mere mortal. There were many other mortals like this on Divine Phoenix Island as well. Suzimo did not know how long this fisherman struggled in the waves before he caught sight of the latter. He was prepared to get up to save the fisherman. Right then, on the small boat, the fisherman suddenly took out a gigantic fishnet and cast it towards the turbulent ocean. Suzimo's pupils constricted violently. Initially, the raging tides created a series of roars, but all of a sudden, everything went silent. Instantly, the storm subsided. The surface of the ocean was unusually calm, as though it was frozen without any ripples. Even the skies were clear and the clouds that spanned thousands of kilometers were floating. The azure ocean and the blue skies were illuminating one another. That scene was way too terrifying. Even with Suzimo's strength, he could not do it. This was practically changing the state of the world. This was probably what it meant to connect to heaven and earth and be invincible. This unassuming fisherman managed to calm the entire ocean and forcefully change the weather just by casting a fishnet. Suzimo's expression changed, seemingly in deep thought. Sea calming Gayuro. He muttered softly. Although the fisherman looked like he was casting a fishnet, what he released was actually the intent of sea calming. This was a true expert. Suzimo was secretly shocked. Even he could not see through the cultivation of this expert. In a flash, Suzimo arrived at the seaside and bowed deeply to the fisherman on the small boat. "Greetings, Senior. I'm Long Mo. I see that you've been comprehending the Tao by the seaside for the past few days. Your comprehension talent is not bad, lad." The fisherman raised his head and looked at Suzimo before bursting into joyful laughter. He had an unshaved beard and looked no different from the fisherman mortals of Divine Phoenix Island. Suzimo had not expected that he was being watched for so long without realizing anything at all. Unfortunately, it's impossible to comprehend sea calming at the seaside. The fisherman shook his head. "Senior, please enlighten me." Suzimo bowed once more with a respectful expression. The fisherman said, "If you want to calm the sea, you must first enter the sea. You have to experience the boundless power of the ocean personally. What can you comprehend by watching the rise and fall of the tides here at the seaside? If I want to calm the sea, I must first enter the sea." Suzimo murmured softly, as though he understood something. Although those words were simple, Suzimo felt that there was a truth to them that could simplify things. The more he pondered, the more he understood the endless mysteries within. By the time Suzimo returned to his senses, the latter was already riding on a small boat and singing fish songs. He floated into the depths of the sea and almost disappeared. "Senior, may I know your name?" Suzimo shouted hurriedly. "Hermit." A moment later, the voice of the fisherman sounded. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the fog in the distance. Everything that happened earlier seemed like a dream. Moments ago, there was a raging storm and lightning flashed. But now, everything was clear and peaceful. "Mo Ying, do you recognize the fisherman from earlier on?" Suzimo turned around and said to Mo Ying. Ever since he wielded the dragon soul saber, Mo Ying had been by his side and was almost inseparable. He comprehended the Tao by the seaside daily and Mo Ying followed closely behind. "What fisherman?" Mo Ying froze for a moment with a lost expression. Suzimo pointed in the direction where the fisherman appeared earlier on and continued, "Didn't you see the fisherman earlier on? He even spoke to me." "No. It's just been me and you here the entire time, young master." Mo Ying shook her head. "Furthermore, this sea region behind your palace is considered a forbidden ground. Cultivators of Divine Phoenix Island are not allowed to enter casually." This time round, Suzimo was the one who was stunned. He was certain that he was not wrong. However, There was no way Mo Ying was wrong either, given that she was a conjoint body mighty figure. In other words, the means of hermit was unfathomable and had even surpassed Su Zimo's understanding. Amazing. Su Zimo thought to himself and turned to Mo Ying. I'm prepared to enter the ocean to comprehend the Tao. There's no need for you to follow me. With that, he leaped into the depths with the dragon soul saber and headed towards the bottom of the ocean. If it was any other cultivator, even Dharma characteristic Tao lords, their strength would definitely be suppressed and they would not be used to it deep in the ocean. However, that was not the case for Su Zimo. The dragon race loved water to begin with and could create waves and overturn rivers and oceans with ease. After the dragon true body entered the waters, he did not feel any discomfort and continued swimming towards the bottom of the ocean without slowing down. Initially, Mo Ying chased Su Zimo deeper. Her movement technique was impacted significantly in the waters. At first, she could still see Su Zimo's figure. The deeper she dived, the more pressure she had to endure against the seawater. Before long, she lost track of Su Zimo entirely. Chapter 1340, Trouble. Chapter 1340, Trouble. Southern Region, Beiming Town. In the ancient era, the Beiming aristocratic family was originally ranked alongside the three great aristocratic families. However, times changed and the territory of the Beiming aristocratic family was now mostly occupied by the three aristocratic families. Right now, they were left with this town that was surrounded by the three aristocratic families. It was impossible for anyone from the Beiming clan to leave the territory of the three aristocratic families. While the name of the Beiming aristocratic family remains, they are almost completely wiped out. If not for the fact that the three aristocratic families were interested in the legend of the Beiming aristocratic family and the secret they were guarding, the Beiming aristocratic family would have been destroyed a long time ago. Although they were millions of kilometers apart, the Green Lotus True Body could sense the situation of the Dragon True Body and was relieved. Right now, the only thing Su Zimo was worried about was Night Spirit. They were dispersed by the wild currents of the void, and the Green Lotus True Body and Dragon True Body were teleported to foreign lands with a distance of millions of kilometers apart. He did not know how Night Spirit was right now or whether he was still floating in the wild currents of the void. Right then, Su Zimo's heart stirred. His gaze penetrated the window and landed on the girl in the courtyard. A year and a half had passed since Su Zimo imparted the Tao. During this period of time, Beiming Shui had undergone a complete transformation and her cultivation advanced tremendously. She had already reached the Tsunami Blood Realm a month ago. Under normal circumstances, one could attempt to condense a Blood Qi Golden Core the moment their bloodline was at the Lead Mercury Amalgam Blood Realm. However, Su Zimo had extremely high expectations for Beiming Shui. He taught her according to the highest expectations. Therefore, Su Zimo did not rush Beiming Shui to condense her Blood Qi Golden Core. Instead, he had her focus on cultivating her bloodline. With a firm foundation, Beiming Shui's future would be even broader and her accomplishments would be limitless. It would also be much easier for her to condense a Blood Qi Golden Core after she was at the Tsunami Blood Realm. Everything would fall into place naturally at that time. In just a month, Beiming Shui touched the barrier of the Blood Qi Golden Core. Earlier on, Su Zimo could clearly sense that Beiming Shui's aura had changed. Initially, her blood qi was surging after she cultivated to the Tsunami Blood Realm. Even if she did not move, no one could ignore her. Her blood qi was torrential and exuberant. Beiming Shui stood there like a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Thankfully, nobody came during this period of time and Beiming Ao did not return. Otherwise, his jaws would have dropped when he saw Beiming Shui like this. But now, Beiming Shui's blood qi retracted rapidly, as though it had condensed into a single spot in an instant. Her aura converged once more. Now, that seemingly quiet girl seemed to have returned. However, those with sharper eyes could tell that the current girl was much stronger than Beiming Shui, who had a torrential blood qi a month ago. The sixth transformation of the martial Tao, the Blood Qi Golden Core, succeeded. In the courtyard, Beiming Shui was delighted when she sensed the condition of her body. She turned around, wanting to share her joy with Su Zimo right away. The moment she turned around, she caught sight of him standing not far away, smiling at her. "Mr. Su, I've condensed a blood chi golden core. Beiming Shui said joyfully. Yes. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Very good. Continue cultivating and don't slack off. Thank you, sir. Beiming Shui bowed deeply to Su Zimo. If not for you, sir, I might still be lingering in the first transformation of the martial Tao. Everything is preordained. Su Zimo said, the opportunity I'm granting you is also due to the cycle of karma. Beiming Shui was bewildered. Her beautiful eyes looked at the green-robed man unblinkingly with a lost gaze and confusion. Beiming Shui would not believe it if anyone told her that the green-robed man was not a cultivator. However, if he was, he did not possess the aura of one at all. His face was withered and yellowed, looking extremely sickly. Anyone who saw him would merely take him as a frail scholar. Beiming Shui had asked Su Zimo before. The latter did not elaborate and merely mentioned casually that he was injured. For the past year, Beiming Shui's condition had been improving. However, Su Zimo's situation had not changed for the better and Beiming Shui was worried as well. Although she had only known Su Zimo for more than a year, Beiming Shui had already developed an inexplicable trust and dependence on him. She was afraid that Su Zimo would leave her one day. Mr. Su, your injuries? Beiming Shui asked carefully with a concerned expression. It's fine. Su Zimo shook his head. Right then, he frowned and his gaze crossed the courtyard, as though it passed through the voids and landed outside Beiming town. Here comes trouble for you. Su Zimo said indifferently. Ah! Beiming Shui was still oblivious. Even with his essence spirit locked, Su Zimo's hearing and vision were still present and he saw the situation outside Beiming town right away. Before long, Beiming Shui's expression changed when she heard the commotion as well. With a dark expression, she turned around and looked at the entrance. A menacing demon beast was the first to appear at the entrance. It was a golden core realm emerald blood leopard, an ancient remnant beast. It was jade green due to a variation in its bloodline. Extremely fast and agile, it hunted and killed living beings with extreme ferocity. Riding on the emerald blood leopard was an extraordinarily handsome cultivator at the golden core realm. Nangong Yu. Compared to Dongfang Xian, Nangong Yu was more scheming. A few years ago, in order to find out more about the secrets of the Beiming aristocratic family, he approached Beiming Shui continuously. Although Nangong Yu was only from a collateral lineage of the Nangong aristocratic family, his status was much higher than Beiming Shui's. Therefore, the fact that he was willing to lower his status and court Beiming Shui was something that brought about the admiration of many Beiming clansmen. Even Beiming Ao was in awe of him. If Beiming Shui could become Dao companions with Nangong Yu, at the very least, she would be able to get out of the situation of being bullied by the other aristocratic families. Unfortunately, Nangong Yu finally revealed his true colors after the conflict between Beiming Shui and Dongfang Ji. He no longer dared to get too close to Beiming Shui, for fear of offending Dongfang Ji. Dongfang Ji was a direct descendant of the Dongfang aristocratic family bloodline and her status was far above his. Furthermore, Beiming Shui's golden core was shattered and she was reduced to a cripple. No matter how beautiful she was, she would not live for more than 100 years. Beauty would soon fade. While Nangong Yu would still be charming and handsome after dozens of years, Beiming Shui would already be withered and old. That was the reason why Nangong Yu laid his cards on the table with Beiming Shui a year ago. Although the Beiming aristocratic family had declined, Beiming Shui was still extremely proud in the depths of her heart and did not give him a good attitude. Shui, I'm here to see you. Riding on the back of the emerald blood leopard, Nangong Yu looked down at Beiming Shui with a faint smile. One did not possess any spirit qi to begin with when they cultivated the martial Tao. Therefore, Nangong Yu could not tell Beiming Shui's cultivation realm either. Furthermore, Beiming Shui had cultivated to the 6th transformation of the martial Tao. Her blood qi was converged and formed a golden core that lay dormant within her body. Without activation, her terrifying blood qi would not be revealed. Chapter 1341, Killing. Chapter 1341, Killing. Don't call me that. It sounds disgusting. Beiming Shui glanced at Nangong Yu and said coldly, Bitch, don't be ungrateful. Behind Nangong Yu were 3 foundation establishment cultivators. They were all Nangong Yu's servants, and one of them cursed Beiming Shui fiercely. Beiming Shui's gaze shifted to the servant silently. Nangong Yu smiled gently and was not vexed. Shui, the reason why I'm addressing you as such is because I want to give you a chance on account of our past relationship. You're a smart person. You should understand that I don't have much patience left. Although Nangong Yu was smiling, his tone was cold. There's no past relationship between us. Beiming Shui waved her hand. If there's nothing else, you guys can leave. Leave? Nangong Yu's expression turned cold. Beiming Shui, if you don't tell me the secret of the Beiming aristocratic family, I have many methods to deal with you. You're already a cripple. Although I don't fancy you, the servants that follow me fancy you. That was an extremely vile thought. Even Su Zimo narrowed his eyes with a flash of killing intent when he heard that. However, he had no intention of attacking. It was the same way Dai Yu treated him in the past. Unless Beiming Shui was against an unstoppable force, he would not interfere and would just let her settle it on her own. Hee. A family servant's gaze roamed Beiming Shui's body brazenly and he smiled evilly. Little girl, how about coming back with me? I guarantee that I'll dote on you a lot. Another servant said with a smile, Old Hu, don't take everything for yourself. We're also waiting to feast on her, brother. Beiming Shui remained silent and swept her gaze across the 3 servants. Nangong Yu said indifferently, Beiming Shui, if I take you away and reward you to my servants, no one in the Beiming aristocratic family will dare to stop me. Nobody can save you. Tell me the secret. This is your last chance. In the entire Beiming town, the strongest were only at the nascent soul realm. Although that was a higher cultivation realm than Nangong Yu and he was only from a collateral lineage of the Nangong aristocratic family, none of the Beiming clansmen would dare to stop him. Beiming Shui was expressionless as she said slowly, Nangong Yu, I'll give you one last chance as well. If you turn and leave now, I can spare your life. What are you talking about? As though he had heard the greatest joke in the world, Nangong Yu laughed out of anger. You want to spare my life as a cripple? Oh. He came to a realization. I remember now. You seem to have cultivated some bullshit martial Dao. Why? Did you manage to attain greater mastery of it after more than a year? Is that why you dare to threaten me now? Bitch, you must have a death wish. How dare you provoke my young master? Young master, let us take down that slut. The 3 servants stood out one after another and glared at Beiming Shui with evil intentions. They sneered and were waiting for Nangong Yu's command. Nangong Yu is the only one I'm giving the chance to. Beiming Shui's gaze was cold as she looked at the 3 servants not far away and said slowly, as for the 3 of you, none of you will leave today. Beiming Shui possessed the bloodline of the Beiming aristocratic family. Even though the Beiming clan had fallen, she still had her pride. Otherwise, she would not have clashed with Dongfang Ji over a treasure. Furthermore, Beiming Shui had cultivated the martial Dao for more than a year and her resolve had turned firmer and more unwavering. The martial Dao allowed one to take revenge and repay gratitude as they wished. The 3 servants spoke without restraint and made filthy remarks to her. Beiming Shui was already filled with killing intent and had no intention of letting them leave. You dare to threaten us still? A servant revealed a ferocious expression and slapped his storage bag. The moment he summoned his flying sword, his vision blurred and a figure charged over. It was too fast. He could not react at all. Bang! Beiming Shui strode and arrived before the house servant. She reached out and punched the latter on the chest. It wasn't any brilliant technique, just a direct punch. However, the servant could not defend against it and was sent flying like an arrow, slamming into the wall of the courtyard. The servant's eyes were widened with disbelief. His chest caved in and he slid down the wall slowly, no longer breathing. That casual punch from Beiming Shui crushed the bones in this man's chest. A spiderweb-like crack appeared on the wall behind the person. The power of that punch was extremely terrifying. Pest! The other 2 servants gasped when they saw that. Although they were foundation establishment cultivators, they were still shocked when they saw that terrifying burst. In that momentary daze, Bei Ming Shui had already arrived before another servant. She extended her fair, tender palm and slapped the top of the servant's head. Snap! The servant's neck snapped instantly. His head was shoved into his chest by Bei Ming Shui's palm and he died on the spot. Bitch, why you? The last servant was already scared out of his wits and could not speak properly. Bei Ming Shui came before that person and said indifferently, you should join them so that all of you can accompany one another in hell. Piak. Bei Ming Shui reached out and slapped him. The person's head spun around his neck for more than 10 times before coming to a stop. He was already dead. With a thud, his corpse fell to the ground. The entire process merely took 3 breaths. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators died on the spot. Su Zimo nodded silently. When she was silent, Bei Ming Shui seemed like a gentle and weak girl. However, if it came to a fight, she was decisive to kill. Her moves were clean without hesitation, raw. It was only now that Nangong Yu realized. The emerald blood leopard beneath him growled and roared threateningly at Bei Ming Shui, but it did not dare to advance recklessly. As demons, they were the sharpest towards danger. Although Bei Ming Shui did not release her blood qi fully earlier on, she still revealed some of it. The emerald blood leopard sensed a dangerous aura coming from Bei Ming Shui. It was a feeling that was even more terrifying than facing a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Therefore, although the emerald blood leopard was at the golden core realm, it did not dare to act rashly. By the time Nangong Yu realized what happened, the 3 servants were already dead. It was too late even if he wanted to save them. Bei Ming Shui, how dare you? Nangong Yu's expression was dark as he released his aura as a golden core and said coldly, how dare you kill my servants? Are you really tired of living? Killing your servants was just the start. Bei Ming Shui's gaze landed on the emerald blood leopard as she said indifferently, I don't like it when that beast yells at me. Before her sentence was finished, she struck. Chapter 1342, Broken Sword. Chapter 1342, Broken Sword. Raw. Sensing danger, the emerald blood leopard exerted strength in its limbs and burst forth with blood qi before Nangong Yu gave the order to dodge to the side. As an ancient remnant beast, the emerald blood leopard relied on speed the most. However, although it was fast, Bei Ming Shui was even faster. Swoosh. Bei Ming Shui's blood qi spread as well. In fact, she did not even circulate her blood qi to its limits. With a slight circulation, she released a shocking power and caught up to the emerald blood leopard in the blink of an eye. Bei Ming Shui stood in front of the emerald blood leopard. She looked extremely skinny and was not even as tall as its limbs. However, the emerald blood leopard felt a ferocious aura surge towards it, as though it was not facing a human girl, but a pure-blooded ferocious beast. The emerald blood leopard opened its mouth and bared its menacing fangs. They shone with a cold glint and chomped down viciously at Bei Ming Shui. Bei Ming Shui's expression was unchanged as she reached out and grabbed the neck of the emerald blood leopard before it could close its mouth. Remnant ferocious beasts like this had the strongest bite strength. However, even with its full strength, the emerald blood leopard could not bite down. On the contrary, its mouth was opening wider and wider with Bei Ming Shui's tug. Oh, oh. The emerald blood leopard had a pained expression. Its initial ferocity had long vanished as it let out a pleading sound from the depths of its throat. Bitch, how dare you? Nangong Yu was enraged and slapped his storage bag, summoning a flying sword and injecting spirit energy into it. The sword shone with 4 spirit lights and shone brightly. It was a supreme-grade spirit weapon. As a collateral lineage descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family, it was already rare for him to possess a supreme-grade spirit weapon. The moment Nangong Yu summoned his flying sword, Bei Ming Shui exerted strength in both arms. Sheeing. Blood splattered through the void. The golden core ancient remnant beast, the emerald blood leopard, was torn into 2 by Bei Ming Shui barehanded. Boom. The corpse of the emerald blood leopard fell to the ground, creating billowing dust. It was already dead, leaving only its massive body twitching unconsciously. Nangong Yu had not expected this and almost flipped over and fell. He had not imagined that Bei Ming Shui, a person whose golden core was crippled, would be so strong that she could rip an ancient remnant beast into 2. Even some paragons and monster incarnates of supersects in the cultivation world that specialized in body tempering were probably merely at this level. Go. Nangongyu hollered and tapped his finger gently. Swash. A sword beam flashed and the supreme-grade flying sword arrived before Beiming Shui instantly. It was sharp and frighteningly fast. Beiming Shui did not move or even dodge. Nangongyu's eyes lit up. As long as the supreme-grade flying sword struck Beiming Shui, he believed that she would die even if she had 10 lives. All of a sudden, just as the flying sword was less than 3 inches away from Beiming Shui's cheek, she suddenly attacked. Without any unnecessary movements, she merely extended her fair and tender palm and grabbed the supreme-grade flying sword. When he saw that, Nangongyu could not help but burst into laughter. Haha, you're truly asking for trouble. A supreme-grade flying sword is not something that a body of flesh and blood can defend against. Furthermore, you're only a cripple. Suddenly, he could not continue. To his horror, he realized that he had completely lost control of that supreme-grade flying sword. The spirit energy on the sword was dispersed by Beiming Shui. What was even more terrifying was that Beiming Shui gripped the sharp blade of the sword barehanded. However, no blood flowed out from her palm. What was that? She received a supreme-grade spirit weapon barehanded but was completely unharmed. What the hell? Blood drained from Nangongyu's face as he looked at Beiming Shui with a bewildered expression. Suddenly, he realized that he could no longer read her. He no longer knew what sort of an existence he was facing. In fact, a thought flashed through his mind. Was Beiming Shui assimilated by some powerful cultivator? Right then, he swept his gaze and inadvertently caught sight of the green-robed man standing at the entrance of the house not far away. His heart skipped a beat. Could Beiming Shui's change have something to do with this man? If he was not wrong, that person was here 1.5 years ago and had not left yet. However, Nangongyu could not tell the depths of the green-robed man. To him, this green-robed man was sickly and skinny. The latter looked like a down-and-out scholar that was of no threat at all. Snap! Just as Nangongyu's imagination was running wild, he heard a crisp sound and his heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he looked over and was scared out of his wit. His supreme-grade flying sword was snapped in the middle by Beiming Shui's hand. What sort of power was that? Beiming Shui looked at Nangongyu expressionlessly. She threw the broken sword on the ground and strode over. Nangongyu retreated instinctively with a horrified expression. What are you doing? Nangongyu's voice was trembling and he was flustered. I gave you a chance. Beiming Shui replied indifferently. At that moment, Nangongyu recalled what Beiming Shui said to him earlier on. However, he scoffed at it and did not take it to heart at that time. Shui, He wanted to speak. Beiming Shui frowned in displeasure. Nangongyu's heart skipped a beat and he changed his words hurriedly. Fellow Daoist Beiming, I know my mistake now. As long as you let me live, I won't disturb you anymore in the future. Beiming Shui remained silent and glared at Nangongyu coldly. Nangongyu took a deep breath and gradually composed himself. Fellow Daoist Beiming, killing me won't benefit you at all. Although I'm only a collateral lineage of the Nangong aristocratic family, don't forget, my father is a nascent soul. He is extremely close with many direct descendants of the Nangong aristocratic family. If I die, you won't survive either. As for your younger brother, he will definitely be implicated as well. Beiming Shui lowered her gaze. Nangongyu's words struck her weakness. If she was alone, she could just kill Nangongyu and take revenge as she wished. However, she still had Beiming Ao. Nangongyu, leave. A long time later, Beiming Shui said slowly, I hope you can fulfill your promise and not come look for me again. I can tell you that the Beiming clan has no secrets and you don't have to waste your time on me. Nangongyu heaved a sigh of relief and unknowingly broke out in cold sweat. Earlier on, his life was truly hanging by a thread. Farewell. He did not dare to linger any longer and turned to leave hurriedly, afraid that Beiming Shui might change her mind. Su Zimo stood at the side. He did not say anything the entire time, nor did he have any intentions of stepping in. He could not help but recall that night when he had no choice but to let Ju Dingyun off. Similar to him, Beiming Shui had her difficulties. Chapter 1343, Dark and Windy Night. Chapter 1343, Dark and Windy Night. Bang! The door to the Nangong residence was kicked open and shattered into two. Who's there? A group of guards were alarmed and rushed over one after another, shouting. However, when they saw who it was, the guards were stunned and said instinctively, "Young master Yu." The person who barged in was none other than Nangong Yu. At that moment, Nangong Yu's expression was grim and his handsome face was filled with killing intent as he cursed repeatedly. The guards exchanged glances and naturally did not dare to stop him. Nangong Yu passed through the corridor and headed straight for the backyard. Before long, he came to a room and took a deep breath before knocking. "Come in." A deep voice sounded from within the room. Nangong Yu pushed the door open and entered. The room was extremely spacious and a cultivator sat in the middle. His long beard fell to his chest and he had a dignified gaze. This cultivator was the owner of this Nangong residence, Nangong Sheng. In the south region, even a collateral lineage of the Nangong aristocratic family possessed an extremely noble status. As such, it's naturally easy for them to possess a mansion residence as such. Furthermore, Nangong Sheng was a nascent soul. "What happened for you to lose your cool?" Nangong Sheng asked indifferently. "Father, didn't you ask me to get close to Beiming Shui previously so that I can find an opportunity to find out the secret of the Beiming aristocratic family?" Nangong Yu asked. "Yes." Nangong Sheng nodded. "However, that girl, Beiming Shui, offended Dongfangji and has already lost her golden core, turning into a cripple. You can't get too close to her anymore." "That's right. Earlier on, I brought 3 servants with me to Beiming town because I wanted to teach Beiming Shui a lesson. However," Nangong Yu paused for a moment and grit his teeth with a hateful expression. "She actually attacked and killed my 3 foundation establishment servant. Furthermore, she ripped my spirit beast mount, the emerald blood leopard, into 2. Nangong Sheng frowned. Nangong Yu continued, "That's not all, father. That bitch even snapped the supreme grade flying sword you gave me into 2 barehanded." This time round, even Nangong Sheng's expression changed slightly. She could break supreme grade spirit weapons barehanded? What sort of power was that? Although he was a nascent soul, he might not be able to do it with his body either. To think that she can release such strength despite her shattered golden core. Could it be? A glint flashed through Nangong Sheng's eyes as though he was in deep thought. Nangong Yu asked, "Father, what do you mean?" "It might be because of the secret guarded by the Beiming aristocratic family that caused Beiming Shui to rise again," Nangong Sheng deduced. Nangong Yu could not believe it. "I heard that Beiming Shui has been cultivating the martial Dao for the past year or so. Could it be because of it?" "Impossible." Nangong Sheng shook his head. "There are countless people who cultivate the martial Dao. Which of them ever produced such power? Furthermore, it's only been slightly more than a year. Unless Dao Lord Desolate Martial is resurrected, who else can cultivate the martial Dao to such an extent?" "Foo-foo." Nangong Sheng sneered. Right then, a green-robed figure appeared in Nangong Yu's mind. "Father, a strange person appeared at Beiming Shui's side a year ago. He doesn't look like his from Beiming town nor is he a cultivator. He looks sickly. Yet, he's still around when I went to Beiming town this time round. I have a feeling that there's something strange about him." "That's good as well. I'll make a trip to Beiming town personally," Nangong Sheng said coldly. "Whoever it is, strange or not, I'll kill them all." "Father, be careful then," Nangong Yu reminded worriedly. Nangong Sheng smiled gently. "Don't worry, as a nascent soul, I don't believe that I can't take down a little girl. Wait at home for my news. I'll bring that girl back and let you punish her as you wish." "Thank you, father." Nangong Yu was delighted. Beiming town. Beiming Shui looked at the corpses in the courtyard for a long time in silence. There was a hint of worry on her face. A moment later, she turned around and looked at Su Zimo, saying softly, "Mr. Su, why don't you head out and hide first? I'm worried that Nangong Yu will make a comeback and you might be implicated." Since you're worried, why did you still let him go? Su Zimo asked. Bei Ming Shui smiled bitterly and shook her head. She had no choice. If Nangong Yu was killed, Nangong Yu's father would definitely descend in Beiming town. At that time, it would be a disaster for her and Beiming Ao. There would at least be a chance if she let Nangong Yu off. She was betting that Nangong Yu would keep his promise and not look for her again. It's fine, you don't have to worry about me. Su Zimo smiled gently and returned to his room. He assumed a lotus position and closed his eyes to rest. The night was dark and the wind was strong. The entire courtyard was silent. All of a sudden, Su Zimo opened his eyes, as though a bolt of lightning flashed through the darkness. Some people are truly ignorant. He muttered softly. He could not use his essence spirit, but his vision, hearing, and other 5 senses were still present. They were extremely sharp and could make out any activity thousands of kilometers away. In the room at the side, Bei Ming Shui was still resting with her eyes closed. She did not notice anything. However, Su Zimo had already noticed that in the forest hundreds of kilometers away from Beiming town, 3 nascent souls were speeding over on their flying sword. He glanced at Bei Ming Shui. Bei Ming Shui had just formed her blood chi golden core and was most likely going to die against a nascent soul. Furthermore, there were 3 of them. Su Zimo leaped down from the bed silently like a feather. Although he could not use his dharmic powers or spirit consciousness, the power of this green lotus true body was not to be underestimated as well. He passed through the courtyard and with a single leap, strode out of Beiming town without alarming anyone. Old Master, Beiming town is about 250 kilometers away. Among the 3 nascent souls, apart from Nangong Sheng, the remaining 2 were servants of the Nangong aristocratic family and had already grown to the nascent soul realm. An old servant said, "Old Master, there's actually no need for you to follow us. It's just dealing with a little girl. There's no need for us to mobilize such a large force. We'll just take action and bring her back. No worries." Nangong Sheng said, "I was in deep thought and decided to come out for a walk. Furthermore, I heard from Yua that Bei Ming Shui has some strange green-robed man with her. I'm going to take a look." Nangong Sheng and the other 2 rode on their flying swords and chatted. Hey! Right then, an old servant frowned and pointed into the distance. Why is a green-robed man standing there in the middle of the night? I wonder what he's doing out there. The moment the old servant said that, he realized something. Green-robed man? Nangong Sheng seemed to have sensed something and looked over. Far away, a green-robed man stood with a yellowish face. He looked sickly without any aura of spirit energy, like a mortal who had yet to recover from a serious illness. This green-robed man was exactly as Nangong Yu had described. Chapter 1344, Killing Night. Chapter 1344, Killing Night. The distance between Nangong Sheng and the other 2 and the green-robed man decreased. The 3 of them fixed their gazes on the green-robed man and exuded a powerful might, as though they wanted to see through him. As for the green-robed man, his expression did not change much despite being glared at by the 3 nascent souls. He was not embarrassed in the slightest bit and was extremely calm. Be careful, that person is indeed a little strange. Nangong Sheng sent a voice transmission secretly. Both old servants had lived for hundreds of years and were extremely cautious. I am Nangong Sheng. May I ask how I address you, fellow Daoist? Nangong Sheng reported the name of the Nangong aristocratic family right away. In the south region, the titles of the 3 aristocratic families were more useful than any Dao title. Unable to figure out the background of the green-robed man, Nangong Sheng did not act rashly and merely tested the waters. It doesn't matter who I am. The green-robed man shook his head. What are you doing here? An old servant asked in a deep voice. The green-robed man smiled gently. I'm waiting for you guys. Waiting for us? The old servant frowned. The green-robed man was Su Zimo, who had just arrived from Beiming town. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and looked at the sky. He retracted his smile and said indifferently, "It's getting late. I'll send you guys on your way." After saying that, Nangong Sheng and the other 2 felt a cold intent envelop them. Swash! The three of them felt their vision blur and their figures swayed as a tragic aura surged towards them. It was too fast. The Green Lotus true body did not use his full strength. However, the burst of his physique alone was something that Nangong Shung's group of three could not handle. Among them, the two servants reacted slower. Nangong Shung retreated immediately, but the two old servants were a step slower. Arriving before one of the old servants, Su Zimo slapped his palm on the latter's head and shattered the latter's skull, destroying his essence spirit. Before the old servant could say anything, his corpse fell from midair. You! Another old servant was enraged and slapped his storage bag. The moment he summoned his flying sword, Su Zimo had already arrived before him. Su Zimo turned to the next person right after killing one of them. The entire process was fluid as water without any pauses at all. Nobody expected that the frail scholar who seemed like he was fraught with illnesses earlier on would kill with a thunderous might in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo did not do anything else and extended his finger, tapping the old servant gently on the glabella. Although the old servant could see Su Zimo's finger extending, he could not dodge at all. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Since he was going to have to die either way, he might as well make his death a trade. Ignoring Su Zimo's incoming finger, the old servant channeled his spirit consciousness and summoned his flying sword, piercing towards Su Zimo's glabella as well. Poof! Su Zimo's finger reached the old servant's glabella first. Instantly, a blooded hole appeared on the old servant's forehead as blood gushed out. His essence spirit was destroyed on the spot and he died. The old servant's flying sword had already arrived at Su Zimo's glabella. However, Su Zimo did not even blink and allowed the old servant's flying sword to stab at him. Clang! A crisp sound rang when the flying sword struck Su Zimo's face, as though metal was colliding. The flying sword fell. Nangong Shung's eyelids twitched. That flying sword was a middle-grade perfected Lord Dharmic weapon and was extremely sharp. But now, there were no marks on the skin of the green-robed cultivator, let alone injure him. What sort of a body is that? Impossible. Nangong Shung's mind was in chaos and countless questions surfaced. His cultivation realm, stamina, combat strength, blood chi, and other aspects were much stronger than the two old servants. Even so, he did not dare to fight this green-robed cultivator right now. Nangong Shung turned and fled without turning back. Boom! All of a sudden, a loud bang sounded behind him. The entire ground quaked. He turned back instinctively and his expression changed. Stomping on the ground with one foot, the green-robed cultivator created a huge pit and soared into the air at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the green-robed cultivator arrived right behind him. Go! Nangong Shung did not have time to think. His glabella shone and a black shadow burst forth, charging towards Su Zimo. He bit his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of essence blood that splashed onto the black shadow. The moment he spat out the essence blood, his expression withered. He could not care less anymore. After obtaining Nangong Shung's essence blood, the black shadow expanded against the wind and grew instantly, turning into a gigantic tripod that was more than half the height of a human. There were 4 dharmic patterns etched on the tripod. It was a supreme-grade perfected Lord Dharmic weapon. Among the 3 aristocratic families, the Nangong aristocratic family placed more emphasis on weapon and elixir refinement. The weapons of their clansmen were mostly tripods and furnaces. When the gigantic tripod slammed over, Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he extended his palm and pushed towards it. Bang! The tripod collided against Su Zimo's palm. Su Zimo's figure was motionless. Although the tripod was a supreme-grade perfected Lord Dharmic weapon, the power it released was almost negligible for Su Zimo. Su Zimo exerted his other palm and he exerted strength in both arms, hugging the gigantic tripod before him. The gigantic tripod was squashed by Su Zimo's hands at a visible speed. Thereafter, he rubbed his palms up and down. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic tripod that was around half the height of a human was squeezed into an iron ball by Su Zimo. That gigantic tripod was a supreme-grade perfected Lord Dharmic weapon. However, the Green Lotus true body was a grade 6 creation Green Lotus that was augmented with many divine weapons. It was comparable to a Carnate Tao Lord Dharmic weapon. There was a difference of 2 major cultivation realms between the two of them. Nangongsheng's face turned pale and his scalp prickled. His legs went limp and he wanted to escape, but he could not move at all. Grinning at him, Su Zimo threw the gigantic iron ball in reverse. Whoosh! The wind howled. A black shadow descended. Bang! Nangongsheng could not react in time and was struck heavily on the chest by the gigantic iron ball. Instantly, his tendons and bones were shattered and his organs were smashed. His body was already dead. Phew! A beam of light escaped from the top of Nangongsheng's head. His essence spirit left his body. Under normal circumstances, the essence spirits of nascent souls were extremely fragile. Once they leave their bodies, it would be difficult for them to survive even without any danger. However, at that moment, Nangongsheng no longer had a way out. The moment his essence spirit left, he discovered a shadow shrouding over. His essence spirit had already fallen into Su Zimo's palm. The green-robed man with the yellowed cheeks looked at him calmly and smirked with a fake smile that was filled with mockery. Who exactly are you? Nangongsheng's essence spirit roared with a trembling voice. My name is Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled gently. Nangongsheng was stunned. That was an extremely foreign name that he had never heard before. Thereafter, the green-robed man continued, My Dao title is Desolate Marshal. Nangongsheng's eyes gradually widened with endless shock that filled every single inch of his essence spirit. Immediately after, cracks appeared on Nangongsheng's essence spirit and his light dimmed. His life force drained and was destroyed instantly. The essence spirits of nascent souls were extremely weak to begin with. Nangongsheng died from the shock of hearing the words Desolate Marshal. Chapter 1345. Could it be him? Chapter 1345. Could it be him? Su Zimo was stunned as well when he looked at Nangongsheng, who was frightened to death. My Dao title alone is so terrifying. Su Zimo laughed self-deprecatingly. After the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley, the words Dao Lord Desolate Marshal had almost become a taboo. Cultivators of Tianhuang mainland would all be shocked at the mention of it. That battle was way too tragic. Although Dao Lord Desolate Marshal was eventually exiled by the half-martial ancestor, too many conjoint body mighty figures died in Heaven and Earth Valley. Over the years, apart from the catastrophe of the North region 10,000 years ago, there had been no other battle that could compare to that battle. If not for the experts of the primordial races present and the descent of a half-martial ancestor, all the experts of the supersects would have been suppressed by Desolate Marshal. Although the 3 aristocratic families were not embroiled in it, the cultivation world of the South region was still shocked when news spread. Nangongsheng was quite a character in the vicinity of Beiming town. However, he was only a nascent soul at the end of the day. He was shocked by Su Zimo's methods to begin with and was on the verge of breaking down. When he heard the words Desolate Marshal, he was scared out of his wits and died. Su Zimo removed their storage bags and stuffed them into his robes. His essence spirit was locked and he could not use his dharmic powers, nor was it convenient for him to destroy their bodies to wipe out evidence. As such, he carried the corpses of the 3 of them and tossed them into the nearest forest. At that moment, the night was dark. In the forest, birds and beasts roamed and roars could be heard everywhere. A massacre was happening in every corner of the forest. The corpses of the 3 nascent souls would be shared and devoured by demon beasts before long. After doing that, Su Zimo clapped his hands and turned to leave, returning to Beiming town. Beiming Shui was still in her room practicing her breathing and expiration. Right from the beginning, she did not notice anything. What she did not know was that someone had helped her resolve a calamity of life and death earlier on. Su Zimo smiled calmly and returned to his room to rest. He had no intention of telling Beiming Shui about this. To Su Zimo, the 3 nascent souls were as insignificant as ants and this matter was nothing much. The next morning, Beiming Shui prepared breakfast and sent it to Su Zimo's room. He took out the 3 storage bags from the previous night and handed them to Beiming Shui. Take them. I don't need them. This is. Beiming Shui received the 3 storage bags and her heart skipped a beat when she swept her gaze across them. These are storage bags of nascent souls? She probed. Is that so? Su Zimo replied. Bei Ming Shui asked again, where did you obtain it, Mr. Su? I picked them up when I went out last night. Su Zimo replied casually. Bei Ming Shui pursed her lips and did not continue asking. In truth, there was a unique emblem on the 3 storage bags that was difficult to notice unless one observed carefully. However, Bei Ming Shui was from the Bei Ming clan after all and was naturally extremely familiar with such emblems. If she was not wrong, the emblems on the 3 storage bags came from the Nangong aristocratic family. Those were the storage bags of 3 nascent souls of the Nangong aristocratic family. Although Su Zimo said it calmly, Bei Ming Shui could sense a hint of blood in his calm tone. Bei Ming Shui was smart and did not ask further. She placed the 3 storage bags into her storage bag. There was a spirit consciousness seal on the storage bag of nascent souls and her cultivation realm was not high enough to erase it. She had to cultivate her essence spirit first. The aristocratic family competition will start in slightly more than a year, right? Su Zimo asked casually. Yes. Bei Ming Shui nodded. Su Zimo raised his head and looked at Bei Ming Shui. Do you want revenge? Bei Ming Shui lowered her head slightly. After a long silence, she said slowly, yes. Su Zimo could tell that the girl looked slightly troubled. The Bei Ming aristocratic family had long fallen. Compared to the Dongfang aristocratic family, it was like an ant facing a divine elephant. The difference in status between Bei Ming Shui and Dongfang Ji was great as well. Dongfang Ji was high and mighty like a princess. As for her, she was like a lowly mortal struggling in the secular world. Although she had already cultivated a blood qi golden core and her combat strength was far superior compared to before, she could not escape her current fate. Her life and death was still decided by a single thought of the Dongfang aristocratic family. Go and cultivate. You've only just cultivated to the blood qi golden core realm. Don't slack off. Su Zimo smiled. The later 3 transformations of the 9 transformations of the martial Tao are the essence of the martial sutra. If you can cultivate to the final transformation, you will be able to suppress all the younger generation paragons of the 3 aristocratic families in the aristocratic family competition a year later. Bei Ming Shui nodded heavily. Actually, she still felt a little bitter. Although her combat strength was heaven-defying, she could not afford to offend the paragons of the 3 aristocratic families. It was fine for her. At the most, she would just die. However, she was worried about implicating her younger brother and the Bei Ming clan. She still had many burdens and restraints in her heart. The reason why she let Nangong Yu off yesterday was also because she was wary. In the pugilistic world, one might find themselves stuck in circumstances it was not so easy for her to exact revenge as she wished. Su Zimo could naturally tell of Bei Ming Shui's worries. However, he did not say much. All these years, he had been hiding here in seclusion and almost never attacked or revealed his identity. He wanted to give Bei Ming Shui enough time and space to grow. Once his identity was exposed, there would be endless trouble. At that time, he would be too busy to take care of himself and would most likely not have the time or energy to impart the Tao to Bei Ming Shui. However, the fact that Su Zimo was dormant did not mean that he would not move. Currently, he was like a resting true dragon. While silent and motionless, everything was calm. However, the moment a true dragon opens its eyes, it would be earth-shattering. The aristocratic family competition. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and murmured. 10 days later, at the Nangong residence. In the meeting hall, Nangong Yu sat in the middle with a bewildered expression. There were a few blooded clothes beside his feet and a hint of fear could be seen from the depths of his eyes. A few old men sat below with grim expressions. In that case, the 3 of them are already dead. An old man asked with a frown. Nangong Yu nodded and pointed to the blooded clothes beside his feet. There's no mistake. Father was wearing this Daoist robe before he left. An old man had a confused expression. I checked out the forest. The strongest spirit demons there were only at the Golden Core realm. How could the old master and the others have died there? Could there be some powerful fiend demon hiding within that struck and killed the old master? Another old man asked. Impossible. Nangong Yu shook his head and grit his teeth. How can it be so coincidental? My father wanted to head to Beiming Town and right away, something happened to him. You mean to say that there are some experts in Beiming Town? An old man frowned. Right now, the strongest in the Beiming clan is their clan leader, a nascent soul. He doesn't have much lifespan left and his combat strength can't even match mine. How could he have been a match for the old master? It's not him. Nangong Yu shook his head and a sickly green figure flashed through his mind. His heart skipped a beat as he murmured, could it be him? Chapter 1346 Uncle Ling. Chapter 1346 Uncle Ling, who is it? Immediately, an old man asked. Nangong Yu shook his head slowly. I don't know either. I only know that he wears a set of green robes and his face is yellow, as though he hasn't recovered from a serious illness. He doesn't have any spirit or dharmic powers and is no different from Immortal. He's not a Beiming clansman. He only appeared in Beiming Town around a year ago. An old man asked puzzledly, no spirit energy. Could he have cultivated the martial Tao? Impossible. Nangong Yu said, one's body is tempered with the martial Tao. There's no way they will be as weak as him. Furthermore, even if he cultivated the martial Tao, he will have to condense an essence spirit after forming a core. It's impossible for him not to have dharmic powers. Who cares about him? An old man with a fiery temper soared into the air and shouted, we'll bring people over and capture all the people from Beiming Town. Wouldn't it be over once we interrogate them one by one? If no one stands out, we'll just kill everyone in Beiming Town at the most. Nangong Yu's expression changed slightly as he hollered, third uncle, don't be reckless. What's wrong? The old man raised his brow and shouted, although our lineage is a collateral branch of the Nangong family, we're not people that the Beiming Town group can provoke. Your father is dead and his Tao has dissipated. How can you not take revenge for such a deep blood feud? Nangong Yu shook his head. Third uncle, calm down and think about it carefully. My father is the strongest in combat in our residence. If he's already dead, we'll only lose our lives if we act rashly. The old man's expression changed. In their lineage, the highest cultivation realms were nascent souls. If the person who killed Nangong Sheng was still in Beiming Town, they would only be courting death if they charged over. At that thought, the old man felt relieved and lingering fear. What should we do then? Are we just going to ignore this matter? Another old man was indignant. Things will be much easier if we can get experts of the direct descendants to help, the other old man said deeply. The Nangong aristocratic family had many collateral bloodlines. There were at least 1,000 collateral lineages like Nangong Yu but only one direct lineage. Therefore, although their surnames were both Nangong, the difference in status between the collateral and direct descendants was immense. For example, among the collateral descendants of the Nangong aristocratic family, the strongest were only at the nascent soul or void reversion realm. If any clansman of the collateral lineage could cultivate to the Dharma characteristic realm, they would have a chance to be inducted as the direct descendant. As for the direct descendants of the three aristocratic families, they had many experts, Dharma characteristic Tao lords, conjoint body mighty figures and even Mahayana patriarch. It was definitely not a fluke that the three aristocratic families could be ranked alongside the supersects of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sect. Therefore, Nangong Yu's group was completely insignificant and unassuming among the 1,000 collateral bloodlines. Even if they went to the direct descendants of the family clan and recounted the matter, they might not be able to get experts of the direct descendants to come forth. Nangong Yu pondered for a long time. Should we put this matter aside for a period of time? I heard that Uncle Ling will be back from the Middle Continent in more than a year. He will bring our clansmen to the Shimen Villa to take part in the aristocratic family competition. Uncle Ling? What Uncle Ling? An old man asked with a frown. Nangong Yu said in a deep voice, he's a direct descendant of our Nangong aristocratic family. He was sent to the Middle Continent to cultivate when he was young. I heard that he joined one of the 4 unorthodox groups and was even ranked on the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking. He's a true paragon of the Nangong family. You're related to this person? The eyes of the few old men lit up. Anyone who could take part in the aristocratic family competition had to be at the void reversion realm at least. All these years, there had never been a void reversion in their group. Nangong Yu shook his head. There's no relationship. Father and I only met him once. When he returns, we'll pay him a personal visit and try our luck. That's good as well. The few old men nodded. Time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, the aristocratic family competition of the South region was approaching. Few clansmen of the 3 aristocratic families of the South region would take part in the Golden Core phenomenon ranking. However, among the 3 aristocratic families, there was also a grand event that was comparable to the Golden Core phenomenon ranking, the aristocratic family competition that occurred once every 100 years. The 3 aristocratic families would send disciples of the younger generation for 2 major fights. The first part was between the Foundation establishment cultivators. The second part was between Golden Cores. Naturally, the main event was the fight between Golden Cores. At that time, the paragons and monster incarnates of the 3 aristocratic families would appear to fight for a high ranking in the aristocratic family competition and gain fame in the South region as well as earn amazing reward. Although the competition was not as massive as the Golden Core phenomenon ranking, there would also be many intense clashes between powerful phenomenons, and it was extremely exciting. Every generation, there would be 1 or 2 top monster incarnates and peerless geniuses. This day, 3 figures rode on auspicious clouds in midair above the territory of the Nangong aristocratic family. A man and 2 women were walking over slowly, chatting and laughing. The man wore blue robes and looked dignified. He pointed to the mountains and rivers in the distance as he spoke with fervor and vigor. One of the women wore white robes that fluttered in the wind. She was agile and had an extremely beautiful appearance. Every single move she made possessed the bearing of a major sect, and she pursed her lips from time to time. The other girl was slender and elegant as well, chattering excitedly as she gestured. Hanyang, look over there. The blue-robed man pointed to a courtyard far away. That's my residence. There's still a few days before the aristocratic family competition. Let's rest there first. Wow, that's huge. The lively girl was secretly speechless when she caught sight of the spacious courtyard in the distance. The courtyard was like a paradise with mountains, rivers, and many servants, spirit gardens and beast circles. Everything was present. A look of shock flashed through the eyes of the white-robed woman called Hanyang as she exclaimed, "The power of the 3 aristocratic families in the South region is truly massive and unshakable. This courtyard alone is proof of that." Actually, in the ancient era, there were 4 aristocratic families in the South region. However, an ancient aristocratic family declined and never rose again. The blue-robed man said casually. Pausing for a moment, he turned and smiled. Xian, you must be tired. Rest early today." The lively girl glanced askance at the blue-robed man, pursing her lips as though she could read his mind. "Why? You don't want me to disturb your alone time, huh?" The blue-robed man coughed gently to hide his awkwardness after being exposed. The white-robed woman spat softly and blushed as well. The blue-robed man said, "Junior sister, what are you talking about? The reason why I invited you guys to the South region is so that you can relax. Perhaps you might sense an opportunity to break through to the void reversion realm and catch up to my cultivation realm. Furthermore, I'll be taking part in the aristocratic family competition of the South region with the clansmen of the Nangong aristocratic family. At that time, it'll be quite interesting." Good. The lively girl clapped excitedly. The white-robed girl was much quieter and merely smiled gently. Before long, the 3 of them arrived above the residence. "Hey!" The lively girl looked down and said, "What are those few people doing? They seem to be from your Nangong family." Chapter 1347, Return. Chapter 1347, Return. A few cultivators stood at the entrance of the residence, looking up at the 3 blue-robed people respectfully with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. The few of them were Nangong Yu and the others who had arrived from afar. Apart from Nangong Yu, the other 3 old men were nascent souls and were his uncles. "Greetings, Uncle Ling." I'm Nangong Yu. Before the blue-robed man descended, Nangong Yu bowed deeply and shouted, Uncle Ling? On the auspicious cloud, the lively girl giggled. Senior brother Nangong, you're quite senior. The blue-robed man looked at Nangong Yu below and frowned. He could tell that Nangong Yu was from a collateral lineage of the Nangong aristocratic family. However, he could not recall any interactions with this person. Do we know one another? The blue-robed man walked down from the auspicious cloud with the two women and looked at Nangong Yu, who was hunched in front of him, asking indifferently. He indeed had the right to be proud. He was a void reversion and Nangong Yu before him was only a golden core. As a direct descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family, normally, he would not even bother with a golden core with a collateral lineage bloodline. But now that a beauty was by his side, he could not appear too cold and heartless, so he asked symbolically. Nangong Yu smiled dryly with an embarrassed expression. Many years ago, I met you once. You must have forgotten about it. Indeed, I don't remember. The blue-robed man nodded. The lively girl beside him burst into laughter. The white-robed woman glared at her. Thereafter, as though she realized that it was rude, the lively girl held back her smile and continued listening. Nangong Yu burst into laughter. The few nascent soul-old men were cautious as well and smiled awkwardly at the side. Is there anything? The blue-robed man asked. Why yes. Nangong Yu said hurriedly, my father might have been harmed by someone from Beiming town. I was wondering if you could exact justice for me and take revenge for this. Uncle Ling might have. The blue-robed man frowned. Definitely. Nangong Yu changed his words hurriedly. It must definitely be someone from Beiming town. The blue-robed man was disinterested. There's no longer any clansmen left in the Beiming clan. Why would they try to kill your father at the risk of having their clan annihilated? This. Nangong Yu hesitated for a moment and was stunned. The blue-robed man continued, in addition, the three aristocratic families have been suppressing the Beiming clan all these years. I remember that the Beiming clan no longer has many experts. How can they kill your father like this? The person who killed my father should be an outsider, Nangong Yu said hurriedly. He's extremely mysterious and I can't tell his cultivation realm. He wears a set of green robes the entire time and seems like he's severely ill, like a down-and-out scholar. When she heard the words green robes, the white-robed woman was slightly stunned. She lowered her head slightly with a dim expression as though she recalled something. Hanyang, what's wrong? The blue-robed man noticed the white-robed woman's abnormality and asked with a voice transmission. It's nothing much. The white-robed woman shook her head gently. When he mentioned green robes, I thought of Granduncle Master. He loves to wear green robes as well. Unfortunately. She sighed. Don't be sad. The blue-robed man sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and said gently, the heavens will bless Granduncle Master. He might not be dead after being exiled into the void. Towards the end, even he could not believe it himself as his tone weakened. Nangong Yu continued, Uncle Ling, please help me take revenge. I'll definitely remember this favor and repay it with my life. Actually, requesting help from this Uncle Ling to take revenge was only one of Nangong Yu's motives. More importantly, he wanted to make use of this opportunity to get closer to this person and increase his chances of integrating into the direct lineage in the future. The lively girl at the side could not help but say, if I were you, I would definitely take revenge personally if someone killed my father. If my cultivation right now isn't enough, I'll work harder. Sooner or later, I'll take revenge for my father personally. Nangong Yu smiled embarrassedly with a flushed face and felt frustrated. However, he did not know the girl's identity and did not dare to refute rashly. The blue-robed man shrugged his shoulders as well and waved his hand. Just as she said, if you want revenge, do it yourself. Don't come looking for me. I'm not interested. With that, he led the two women beside him towards the residence. He was truly not interested. If he were to entertain every single collateral lineage clansman that sought him for help, he would probably be tired to death and would not be able to rest every day. Furthermore, he had the company of a beauty. How would he be in the mood to bother about such things? Additionally, The aristocratic family competition would be held in a few days. He had to bring his clansmen from the Nangong aristocratic family to participate and did not want to waste his time on such insignificant matters. Nangong Yu was anxious. Just as the blue-robed man was about to enter the residence and his opportunity was about to pass by in a flash, he had a stroke of inspiration and said, "Uncle Ling, the reason why my father died is very likely because he discovered the secret of the Beiming aristocratic family." The blue-robed man paused and frowned. This news was rather interesting. Secret? What secret? The lively girl's eyes lit up with the flames of gossip as she asked hurriedly. The blue-robed man sent a voice transmission secretly. Legend has it that the ancient Beiming clan guards a huge secret. However, no one has discovered it all these years. If nobody discovered it after so many years, it's probably fake. The lively girl was slightly disappointed and pouted her lips. "I'm not sure." However, throughout history, most cultivators of the three aristocratic families have been willing to believe in that legend, the blue-robed man said. When Nangong Yu saw the blue-robed man stop in silence, he realized that he had hit the nail on the head. He braced himself and continued, "My father must have discovered this secret. They must have killed him to silence him." Of course, that was Nangong Yu's nonsense. However, the logic made sense. Furthermore, it involved the secret of the Beiming clan. As such, the blue-robed man was intrigued. "Should we go take a look?" The lively girl instigated secretly. She did not care about revenge. She was merely curious about that secret and could not contain her curiosity. "Hanyang, what do you think?" The blue-robed man turned and looked at the white-robed woman beside him, asking gently. "I'm okay with anything." The white-robed woman smiled gently. "You're the host here. It's up to you. I'll just sit by and watch the show." "Let's go take a look then," the blue-robed man decided. In any case, there's still a few days before the aristocratic family competition. Let's head to Beiming town first to see what secrets there are. Nangong Yu was delighted. The old men behind him beamed as well. No matter what, they were already closer to Uncle Ling. "Bitch, let's see how you remain arrogant now." Nangong Yu looked in the direction of Beiming town and grit his teeth slightly, sneering, "Beiming Shui, just you wait. I'm back." Chapter 1348, First Disciple. Chapter 1348, First Disciple. Beiming town. "Sister, don't worry. I'm still at early stage golden core, but I've awakened my golden core phenomenon. I'll definitely shock everyone at this aristocratic family competition," Beiming Ao said confidently. Cultivation was not easy. 2 years ago, Beiming Ao was already at the early stage golden core and had even condensed a golden core phenomenon. However, he still could not break through within 2 years. Beiming Shui smiled gently and helped Beiming Ao tidy his collar before reminding, "Little brother, don't underestimate any enemies during the aristocratic family competition. You must be extremely careful and prioritize your safety." In 3 years, Beiming Ao had already grown into a 15-year-old youth and was almost as tall as Beiming Shui. Beiming Shui was already 18 years old and had grown increasingly elegant. "Sister, don't worry." Beiming Ao raised his fist and said in a deep voice, "Given my combat strength, I can escape unscathed even if I can't defeat the other party." Pausing for a moment, a ruthless glint flashed through his eyes as he continued, "Sister, don't worry. I'll definitely look for Dongfang Ji and take revenge for you." "There's no need." Beiming Shui shook her head. "I'll deal with this matter myself." Beiming Ao was stunned. He did not understand how his sister, who was already a cripple with a shattered golden core, could handle this matter on her own. In the past 3 years, he spent almost all his time in the main hall of the clan, cultivating with many of his peers in the town, and had not returned. Naturally, there were many changes to his body after 3 years. The strangest thing was that Beiming Ao could vaguely sense that his sister seemed to have changed as well in an indescribable manner. "Sister, the aristocratic family competition is in 3 days. I have to make a trip to the ancestral hall because the old clan leader has something to remind us about." Beiming Ao stood up and bid farewell. "Go on." Beiming Shui nodded slightly and smiled. Beiming Ao turned to leave. After leaving, he even glanced at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and harumphed coldly. For the past 3 years, Su Zimo had not left. Beiming Ao's attitude towards him changed slightly as well. At the very least, he was not as hostile as he was initially. "Mr. Su, aren't your injuries better yet?" Beiming Shui came before Su Zimo and asked in concern. Over the years, her cultivation grew and she became more energetic with her exuberant blood qi. However, Su Zimo looked the same the entire time. His face was withered and yellow without any improvement. Beiming Shui was worried as well. Su Zimo smiled helplessly. The power of the life-severing curse was extremely difficult to deal with, and he could not remove it for the past 3 years. There was indeed a reason why the witch race was ranked among the primordial 9 races. There are many spirit items in the world. Are there any treasures that can cure you? Beiming Shui asked again. I probably need the primordial divine spring, Su Zimo replied casually. Primordial divine spring? Beiming Shui had a dazed expression. She had never heard of the term before. Su Zimo smiled. He had only mentioned it casually and naturally did not hope to obtain any news from Beiming Shui. A moment later, she lowered her head slightly and whispered, Mr. Su, sorry to disappoint you. I still haven't cultivated to the final transformation. Su Zimo smiled and his gaze softened. You've already done well in your cultivation. Su Zimo nodded. Beiming Shui was stunned and surprised. For the past 3 years, Su Zimo had been extremely strict to her and had never praised her as such. Su Zimo said, I was indeed not wrong about you being able to cultivate to the 8th transformation of the martial Dao in 3 years. It's extremely difficult to cultivate to the final transformation of the martial Dao. You might need some opportunities or pressure. It's not your fault. Right now, Beiming Shui had already cultivated to the 8th transformation of the martial Dao, indestructible diamond. Su Zimo said, even without cultivating the final transformation of the martial Dao, your current combat strength is enough. Beiming Shui clenched her fists and looked at her hands. Up till this point of her cultivation, she had yet to fight against true paragons of the Golden Core realm. Therefore, she did not know what level her combat strength could reach. There was no Golden Core phenomenon when one cultivated the martial Dao. Could she really fight against many ancient phenomenons with her physical body alone? A moment later, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Su Zimo with a conflicted expression. After 3 years of interaction, no matter how foolish she could guess that Su Zimo had an extraordinary background. He was definitely a cultivator. Otherwise, how could an ordinary mortal have such a deep understanding of the martial Dao? Furthermore, Beiming Shui was very smart. She vaguely guessed that Mr. Su's identity might be special and it was inconvenient to expose him. That was the reason why she did not press him for the past 3 years. However, she decided to do something today. Mr. Su, I was reborn 3 years ago because of your guidance. Beiming Shui's gaze was resolute as she knelt down slowly and raised her head. I'm not an ungrateful person. If you don't mind, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master and never abandon or betray you for life. If I violate this oath, the heavens and all mankind shall. Su Zimo shook his head gently and extended his palm, pressing it against Beiming Shui's forehead to break her vow. Actually, I did intend to take you in as a disciple when I imparted you the martial Dao. Su Zimo replied, however, my identity is special. As my disciple, you will have to endure unimaginable dangers and calamities. That's the reason why I haven't mentioned this matter for the past 3 years. Beiming Shui was fearless. I'm not afraid. I'm even worried that my status as a Beiming clansman might even implicate you. Implicate me? Su Zimo could not help but laugh. As a Beiming aristocratic family clansman, the worst possible outcome would be to face the 3 aristocratic families. However, what sort of enemies were he facing? Su Zimo said, how about this? I'll tell you my identity. Whether or not you want to acknowledge me as your master is up to you. Master, no matter who you are, I won't regret it. Beiming Shui did not say anything more and kowtowed to Su Zimo. All right. When Su Zimo saw Beiming Shui's decisiveness, he did not reject her further. He helped her up and said in a deep voice, Since you've accepted me as your master, you're now my first disciple. I'll naturally do my best to ensure your safety. If Beiming Shui did not become Su Zimo's disciple, he would have left today. He accompanied her here for 3 years and imparted the Tao to her. Although there was no master-disciple relationship, it could be considered as settling a karma. But now that he had taken in Beiming Shui as his disciple, he could not leave casually. At the very least, he had to accompany her to the aristocratic family competition. Right then, Su Zimo's expression changed. As though he sensed something, he frowned and looked into the distant horizon. Somebody was here. Furthermore, they were hostile. Su Zimo guessed that there was a high chance it was someone from the Nangong aristocratic family. After all, the 3 nascent souls of the Nangong aristocratic family had died for so long. There was no way to hide it, and the Nangong aristocratic family would come knocking sooner or later. Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he said indifferently, "Beiming, stand behind me. I'll show you what I'm capable of." With that said, Su Zimo carried a chair and sat in the courtyard boldly with a calm expression, waiting for the Nangong aristocratic family to come knocking. Beiming Shui stood behind Su Zimo. For some reason, she felt a little excited. Chapter 1349, I'll let you die in peace today. Chapter 1349, I'll let you die in peace today. The skies above Beiming town. Nangong Yu and 3 nascent soul old men flew over on a gigantic spirit vessel with a murderous intent. Dharmic powers rumbled around the 3 nascent souls with a rampant might. The moment they arrived in Beiming town, a series of exclamations sounded. Over the years, the Beiming clan had been declining. Most of the people from the 3 aristocratic families that came to the town to show off were juniors, Foundation establishment cultivators and golden cores. Nascent souls rarely appeared. But now that 3 nascent souls had arrived, the pressure on the cultivators of Beiming town increased immensely. 3 nascent souls at the same time. They're definitely hostile. Those 3 nascent souls look murderous. I wonder why they're here. Blood will probably be spilled today. I wonder which family is the unlucky one. Hey! They seem to be heading for Beiming Shui's courtyard. Some Beiming clansmen discussed softly. Right then, many cultivators who were cultivating in the main hall of the clan sensed the commotion outside and came forth. Beiming Ao stood in the crowd and looked into the distance. His expression changed starkly. "Sister!" Beiming Ao exclaimed. He could clearly see that the gigantic spirit vessel in midair stopped above their house and 4 people walked down. Nangong Yu was one of them. The other 3 were nascent souls. Beiming Ao pushed through the crowd and charged over. However, he had barely run a few steps when his arm was grabbed by a withered palm. "Don't go over," a skinny old man behind Beiming Ao shouted. "Clan leader, don't hold me back. Nangong Yu and the others are hostile. I have to go take a look." Beiming Ao was anxious and shouted. "There's no point in you heading over." The Beiming clan leader shook his head. "Your combat strength might be able to match Nangong Yu, but he has 3 nascent souls with him. Nascent souls can manipulate dharmic powers and kill you with a single thought. But, that's my sister." Beiming Ao continued struggling. However, the Beiming clan leader was a nascent soul after all. He used his dharmic powers as a thread to hold Beiming Ao back tightly and not let him pass. "Child, this matter is not simple." The Beiming clan leader looked into the distance and whispered, "Look over there, there are 3 other experts walking over. If I'm not wrong, the man from the Nangong aristocratic family in the middle should be at the void reversion realm." Pest! The surrounding young cultivators gasped and their expressions changed. The void reversion realm was truly out of reach for them. It could be said that a void reversion could annihilate Beiming town with a single thought, leaving no one alive. How long has it been since a void reversion has been in the town? What happened to alarm the void reversions of the Nangong aristocratic family? Beiming Shui is most likely doomed. I hope we won't be implicated. Some of the Beiming clansmen whispered with wary expressions. Beiming Ao's body trembled slightly and his eyes were bloodshot. The Beiming clansman sighed internally. "Child, let's wait and see. If this void reversion wants to harm Beiming Shui, It's useless even if you rush over. You might even die there. If this void reversion expert has no intention of harming Beiming Shui, it's the same even if you don't go. Although that was the case, it was immense torture and pain for Beiming Ao to have to see his sister face Nangong Yu, nascent souls, and even avoid reversion alone. Beiming Ao's eyes were bloodshot and his breathing turned heavy. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If anything happens to my sister, I'll definitely make them pay with their lives." At that moment, Nangong Yu and the three nascent souls had already descended and landed in Beiming Shui's courtyard. Because of the high wall, Beiming Ao and the others naturally could not see what was going on inside. However, the more that was the case, the more tormented Beiming Ao felt. Sigh, I hope that Beiming Shui will be blessed by the heavens. The Beiming clan leader sighed. In truth, he knew that it was definitely not a small matter if even a void reversion was alarmed. Beiming Shui was most likely doomed. Outside Beiming town. The blue-robed man and the other two were in no hurry to enter Beiming town. Instead, they stood on a cloud and looked down at the small town. "This is Beiming town?" The white-robed woman lamented, "To think that even an aristocratic family that was comparable to you guys in the ancient era would end up in such a state." "That's right. In such a small town, the strongest are nascent souls. What secrets can there be?" The lively girl shook her head. Initially, she was looking forward to it. But now, this small town looked ordinary. The cultivators in the town were bullied by the three aristocratic families all year round. There was no vigor and it was lifeless. "Hanyang, Xian, let's head over as well and see what's the background of that outsider." The blue-robed man pointed in the direction of Nangong Yu and the others not far away. "Yes," the white-robed woman nodded. The three of them rode on auspicious clouds and floated towards Beiming Shui's courtyard in a flash. Before they arrived, the three of them looked down. The courtyard was not big and did not have many decorations. A green-robed man sat in the middle with an indifferent expression while a slender girl stood behind him. "That girl is so beautiful." The lively girl could not help but exclaim. The moment she said that, the lively girl felt her legs give way and she nearly fell from the auspicious cloud. "Senior brother Nangong, what are you doing? You can't even control the auspicious clouds at the sight of a beauty. Senior sister Hanyang, you've got to control him properly." The lively girl grumbled. However, no one replied. The air seemed to have frozen and the atmosphere turned strange. She turned around and saw the blue-robed man and white-bloused woman looking down in shock and disbelief. The blue-robed man's lips trembled as he stuttered, You. What?" The lively girl followed their gazes and looked into the courtyard. When she caught sight of the green-robed man, she jumped up from her auspicious cloud in fright. In the courtyard. Arriving before Suzimo, Nangong Yu swept his gaze across Suzimo and Beiming Shui and sneered, "No wonder you're so brazen, slut. So, you've found a helper. How should I address you, fellow Daoist?" Nangong Yu asked eccentrically. Suzimo replied calmly, "My name is Suzimo." "Oh, I've never heard of you before." Nangong Yu shrugged with a disdainful expression. The three nascent soul old men reared their heads in laughter as well. "A year ago, my father and two old servants died outside Beiming town. Do you know about this?" Nangong Yu glared at Suzimo and asked slowly. "I killed them." Suzimo said indifferently. Beiming Shui's heart skipped a beat. The 3 storage bags given to her by her master a year ago were indeed from the Nangong aristocratic family. "You have a death wish." Initially, Nangong Yu wanted to test the waters. However, he had not expected Suzimo to admit to it without hiding anything. "Make way." Right then, a soft shout sounded from behind Nangong Yu. The blue-robed man and the other two had already descended and were walking over quickly. Nangong Yu looked at Suzimo as though he was looking at a dead man and said menacingly, "Suzimo, Uncle Ling is a void reversion that I invited. I'll let you die in peace today." Chapter 1350, Grand, Uncle Master. Chapter 1350, Grand, Uncle Master. Void reversion. Initially, Beiming Shui had immense confidence in Suzimo. However, Her heart skipped a beat when she heard that the intruder was a void reversion. Instantly, she turned nervous and glared at the blue-robed man fixedly. Void reversions were practically out of reach for her and were existences she had to look up to. This Uncle Ling had an extraordinary bearing. He was clearly a direct descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family. In Bei Ming Shue's opinion, no matter how strong Su Zimo was, he was probably not a match for a void reversion. In fact, she was prepared to take on everything. As she thought, the blue-robed man and the two women had already arrived before her with excited expressions. Suddenly, the blue-robed man paused and turned to look at Nangong Yu beside him, asking slowly, "Who did you say you wanted to kill?" "Him." Nangong Yu pointed at Su Zimo with an arrogant expression. "You must have a death wish." The blue-robed man swung in reverse and hollered, slapping Nangong Yu heavily on the cheek. Piak. The power of that slap was so great that Nangong Yu was sent flying from the spot. He rolled dozens of feet away and half of his cheek was swollen with his bones shattered. The change was extremely sudden. Even the tense Bei Ming Shui was shocked, let alone Nangong Yu, who was caught off guard. Her first reaction was that the other party had hit the wrong person. However, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The blue-robed man bowed deeply to Su Zimo and greeted respectfully, "Greetings, Granduncle Master." The three nascent soul-old men were dumbfounded and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. "Grand or Uncle Master?" Bei Ming Shui blinked and her mind was in chaos. She had a calm personality and could maintain her composure even if her life was hanging by a thread. However, she had lost her composure at this moment. Could it be that this Uncle Ling had not only hit the wrong person, but recognized a wrong person as well? "Oh, Nangong Ling. It's you." Su Zimo glanced at the blue-robed man and said indifferently. The blue-robed man was the disciple of Dao Lord Scarlet Star who was under extreme fire. Back when Su Zimo brought extreme fire back to 100 Refinement Sect, he came across Nangong Ling's group of 3 who was encircled by Hellfire Hall. Back then, Su Zimo had already sensed a pride in Nangong Ling's bones, as though he came from an extraordinary background. To think that he came from 3 aristocratic families. Behind Nangong Ling were Liu Hanyang and Yu Xian from the past. Given the seniority of Extreme Fire's lineage, Nangong Ling and the other 2 indeed had to address Su Zimo as Granduncle Master. "Greetings, Granduncle Master." Liu Hanyang's white robes fluttered as she walked forward as well. She suppressed the excitement in her eyes and bowed deeply. Yu Xian cared even less. She leaned forward and said in surprise, "Granduncle Master, it's great that you're still alive. We thought that something had happened to you and were sad for a long time." She was honest and straightforward, saying whatever she thought. Nangong Yu had just struggled to get up from the ground and was stunned when he saw that Uncle Ling addressed this man as Granduncle Master. What was the seniority of this man? Could Su Zimo be someone from the Nangong aristocratic family as well? Nangong Yu's head hurt to begin with after being slapped. Now that he was confused, his entire head felt like it was about to explode. The 3 nascent soul-old men that followed him had ugly expressions. They did not think so much. All they knew was that if Su Zimo was Nangong Ling's Granduncle Master, they would have struck a steel board. Bei Ming Shui was confused. She could tell that Nangong Ling and the other 2 did not greet Su Zimo ceremonially as they would towards elders. Instead, they had heartfelt respect and concern. Master's methods are truly amazing. They're totally unexpected and unpredictable. Bei Ming Shui lamented internally. "Granduncle Master, why are you here in the South region?" Nangong Ling asked respectfully, "You should have told me beforehand that you were coming to the South region. I would have picked you up personally." He had truly submitted completely to Su Zimo. Back in the Middle Continent, Su Zimo saved their lives. Liu Hanyang looked at Su Zimo's expression and asked softly with a worried expression, "Granduncle Master, are you injured?" "You don't look well." "I can't activate my essence spirit because of the injuries sustained in Heaven and Earth Valley. Right now, I can't use dharmic powers either." Su Zimo replied casually without hiding anything. Bei Ming Shui's heart skipped a beat as a thought flashed through her mind. Su Zimo's words earlier on seemed to have revealed an extremely important piece of information. However, that thought disappeared in a flash and she could not figure it out. Granduncle Master, how do we resolve your injuries? What elixirs do you need? Tell me. I'll ask my family and definitely think of a way to get my hands on it, Nangong Ling said. Su Zimo shook his head. There's nothing much I can do. The three aristocratic families definitely did not have the primordial divine spring. Otherwise, news of it would have long spread in the cultivation world. Granduncle Master, what are you doing in Beiming Town? This is. Nangong Ling's gaze landed on Beiming Shui as he asked carefully. This is my eldest disciple, Beiming Shui. Su Zimo said indifferently. Ah. Nangong Ling was slightly stunned. However, he reacted quickly and bowed to Beiming Shui hurriedly. Greetings, Aunt Master. The change earlier on was truly too fast and Beiming Shui had yet to digest it completely. Now that a direct descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family who was also a void reversion bowed and greeted her, she was shocked. She turned slightly and waved her hand. Senior, there's no need for that. Greetings, Aunt Master. Right then, Liu Hanyang bowed to Beiming Shui as well. Are you Xian shouted with a grin as well. Be it Liu Hanyang, Are you Xian or Nangong Ling, their statuses and cultivation realms were far above Beiming Shui. Now that the three of them were bowing to her at the same time, she truly felt uneasy. It's fine. Su Zimo glanced sideways and nodded to Beiming Shui. You're my eldest disciple, so you're naturally senior to them. There's no need to feel burdened. Just accept it. Beiming Shui only adapted gradually after hearing Su Zimo's consolation. There's no need to stand on courtesy, everyone. Rise. Thank you, Aunt Master. Nangong Ling and the others bowed before standing up. In 100 Refinement Sect, etiquette and seniority were extremely important. Right then, Nangong Ling took out a shimmering silver inner armor from his storage bag and handed it to Beiming Shui. Aunt Master, this is a defensive inner armor that I refined personally. It's a perfect grade spirit weapon. Please accept it. This gift is way too precious. Beiming Shui blushed and declined hurriedly. Perfect spirit weapons were extremely rare in the cultivation world. Even cultivators of the three aristocratic families did not have many people who could possess perfect-grade spirit weapons, let alone her. At the side, Nangong Yu felt a sense of envy when he saw that. He had been in the Golden Core realm for so long but only possessed a supreme-grade spirit weapon. However, it was broken by Beiming Shui. He did not even have a chance to obtain a perfect spirit weapon. Chapter 1351, Reduced to Ashes. Chapter 1351, Reduced to Ashes. Beiming Shui looked at Su Zimo pleadingly. Accept it. Su Zimo nodded calmly. It was nothing much for his eldest disciple to accept a perfect-grade spirit weapon. His essence spirit could not be used and he could not open his storage bag. Otherwise, he would have been able to take out at least 10 carnate spirit weapons from his storage bag. When she heard Su Zimo's words, Beiming Shui took the silver inner armor. Even with her steady personality, her eyes revealed a hint of joy. The Beiming aristocratic family had a deep foundation as well. However, after being oppressed by the three aristocratic families all these years, their foundation had long been exhausted. The carnate, perfect and supreme-grade spirit weapons passed down by the Beiming aristocratic family had long been snatched away by the cultivators of the three aristocratic families. Right now, it was already rare for cultivators of Beiming Town to possess a superior-grade spirit weapon. Liu Hanyang and Yu Xian took out 2 perfect-grade spirit weapons from their storage bags and handed them over. Beiming Shui hesitated for a moment before taking them. Beiming Shui looked at the 3 perfect spirit weapons in her hands and felt as though she was in a dream. It was surreal. Earlier on, she was still that inferior existence of the Beiming clan. But now, because she had taken Su Zimo as her master, even a void reversion of the Nangong aristocratic family had to address her respectfully as Aunt Master. Just who in the world is my master? A doubt flashed through Beiming Shui's mind. We were on the same side the entire time. Senior, I'm also someone of the Nangong aristocratic family. Nangong Yu walked over warily. His cheeks were swollen and he could not speak clearly. However, he forced a smile. "Greetings, Senior. I'm Nangong Yu." His reaction was extremely fast. When he saw that the situation was not right, he lowered his head hurriedly and bowed to Suzimo. "My surname isn't Nangong and I'm not from the Nangong aristocratic family." Suzimo did not stand up and merely looked at Nangong Yu coldly. Nangong Yu's expression froze. Initially, he thought that Suzimo must definitely be someone of the Nangong aristocratic family as well, since the latter was Nangong Ling's granduncle master. However, he made a huge mistake. Suzimo's surname was Su and not Nangong. Even if you're not from the Nangong aristocratic family, you must be famous. I must have been blind to want to cause trouble for you. Please forgive me, Senior. Nangong Yu smiled embarrassedly and lowered his head obediently. He could no longer care about his dignity and bowed down completely. That's right, that's right. The three nascent soul old men chimed in hurriedly. Perhaps you've heard of my Dao title as well. Suzimo said indifferently, I'm Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal. Those two words seemed to possess a demonic power. The expressions of Nangong Yu and the three nascent souls froze on their faces as endless fear and shock filled their eyes. Their bodies trembled slightly. There were truly not many people in the cultivation world who could scare cultivators with just a Dao title. Suzimo was definitely one of them. Even the titular disciples of the super sects would shudder at the mention of Desolate Marshal, let alone Nangong Yu, who was only at Golden Core Realm and the three nascent souls. Up till this point of his cultivation, Desolate Marshal had been treading on the corpses of various paragons and monster incarnate. Beiming Shui opened her mouth slightly with deep shock in her beautiful eyes. Desolate Marshal. Her master was the renowned Dao Lord Desolate Marshal of the cultivation world. It was no wonder why her master's understanding of the martial Dao was so thorough. It was no wonder why her master refused to reveal his identity and kept it a secret. It was no wonder why her master was worried that she would be implicated if he accepted her as a disciple. There was only a single reason. Her master was Desolate Marshal. The moment Beiming Shui heard that, apart from shock, there was no worries or fear in her heart. Instead, she was filled with joy and pride. Desolate Marshal wishes to establish a Dao and impart martial arts to all living beings. To begin with, she had immense respect for Desolate Marshal. No matter the rumors outside, Beiming Shui believed that Dao Lord Desolate Marshal had a magnanimity that no one else could match. His magnanimity surpassed that of any orthodox cultivator. Beiming Shui would be extremely satisfied even if she could meet Desolate Marshal once, let alone take him as her master. After saying that, Suzimo did not say anything more. Suddenly, the entire courtyard fell into a dead silence. Nangong Ling lowered his head slightly with a cold glint in his eyes. He turned around and looked at Nangong Yu's group of 4 before saying slowly, "The 4 of you, you won't have to leave this courtyard today." Suzimo did not say much. However, the moment he revealed his Dao title, Nangong Yu and the other 3 had to die. Right now, Suzimo had already offended some super sects of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. If they knew that Suzimo was not dead, those super sects would definitely make a move. Furthermore, Suzimo's combat strength was greatly reduced with his essence spirit injured. If Nangong Yu's group of 4 were to leave, it would be equivalent to planting Suzimo in a dangerous place. Thud. Nangong Yu and the other 3 knelt down one after another with pale faces. "We're from the Nangong family after all and have the same blood flowing through our veins. Uncle Ling, please spare us. Uncle Ling, please show mercy. We won't say anything more after we leave." Nangong Yu bawled and was scared out of his wits. Nangong Ling's expression was calm and unmoved. The Nangong aristocratic family had 1,000 collateral lineages. As a direct descendant, he had no feelings towards these collateral descendants. In his heart, Suzimo was much more important. Swoosh! A tricolored flame suddenly appeared in Nangong Ling's palm. The Samadhi Dao Fire. Nangong Ling had already obtained the legacy of Extreme Fire's lineage. Although his Samadhi Dao Fire was much weaker than Suzimo's, It was more than enough to deal with Nangong Yu and the three nascent souls. The flames engulfed Nangong Yu's group of 4 instantly. Ah! Nangong Yu's group of 4 shrieked. Flames surged into the skies. In the blink of an eye, Nangong Yu turned into ashes. He was only a golden core and could not withstand the burning of the Samadhi Dao fire. As for the 3 nascent souls, they only managed to hold on for a moment longer before they died completely. Their flesh and bones were burned to ashes by the Samadhi Dao fire. As a direct descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family, Nangong Ling had joined 100 Refinement sect and experienced many storms. He had even followed Su Zimo and witnessed shocking battles such as the 1,000 Crane Tea Party. He was not a benevolent person to be able to cultivate to this point. Beiming Shui stood behind Su Zimo and looked at the dust that was falling slowly in midair with a complicated expression as she lamented internally. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo had not stood up nor attacked. With just a few words, Nangong Yu's group of 4 were buried here. With a flip of his hand, he could create clouds and rain. Those were her master's method. Chapter 1352, Safe and Sound. Chapter 1352, Safe and Sound. Beiming Town, in front of the clan's grand hall. Beiming Ao looked at the blazing flames in the courtyard far away and called out with a quivering voice, "Sister." He could no longer hold back his tears and they flowed instantly. When he saw that, Beiming Ao's first reaction was that his sister had already died in the sea of flames. The faint shrieks that came from the courtyard must be from that green-robed man with the surname Su. The Beiming clan leader shook his head as well and sighed deeply. The remaining Beiming clansmen looked fearful as well. Although they were far away, the energy fluctuation released by the Dao fire still made everyone's hearts palpitate. That was the power of a void reversion. "Child, my condolences." The Beiming clan leader looked at Beiming Ao and reminded, "Since things have come to this, you must not be reckless. Otherwise, you will definitely die as well," he said earnestly. "There's only hope if you're alive." Beiming Ao gradually stopped crying. It was as though he had grown a lot in an instant. "That's right, there's only hope if I'm alive." He clenched his fists with a cold expression. In the courtyard, Nangong Yu's group of 4 turned into ashes and only left 4 storage bags. Nangong Ling picked up the 4 storage bags and wiped away the spirit consciousness on them before handing them to Su Zimo without even taking a single look. "You can have them." Su Zimo glanced sideways and gestured for Beiming Shui to step forward. Beiming Shui had already gradually adapted to her identity. When she heard Su Zimo's words, she received the 4 storage bags and placed them into her own storage bag before thanking him. "Will you get into trouble for killing the 4 of them?" Su Zimo looked at Nangong Ling and asked. "Granduncle Master, don't worry. Nangong Yu is from a collateral lineage and merely has the surname of Nangong. No one will care about them." Nangong Ling said, "Furthermore, as a direct descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family, I have some status among the younger generation of the family." "Yes, that's good." Su Zimo nodded. Nangong Ling continued, "Don't worry, Granduncle Master. I'll definitely settle this matter properly and no one from the Nangong family will cause trouble for you." Su Zimo asked, "Why are you back this time round?" Nangong Ling replied, "My family summoned me back to take part in the aristocratic family competition with my clansmen. I invited Hanyang and Xian Xian over to take a breather and explore." "What sort of people are those taking part in the family competition?" Su Zimo asked deeply. "Will the family masters of your 3 aristocratic families appear?" "No." Nangong Ling shook his head. The aristocratic family competition is only a fight between the younger generation of foundation establishment cultivators and golden cores. As for the family masters of the 3 aristocratic families, they are all conjoint body mighty figures. Naturally, they won't show themselves. Typically, the 3 aristocratic families send out their outstanding paragons to take part with their clansmen. This time round, I'm the commander of the Nangong aristocratic family. Su Zimo nodded slightly and asked again, "The commanders of the Dongfang and Shimen aristocratic families are also void reversions?" "More or less." Nangong Ling said, "This is a fight between the younger generation after all. Even seniors with high cultivation realms won't show themselves. The presence of a void reversion is enough to control the situation. After a brief pause, he continued, however, the aristocratic family competition this time round is at the Shimon Villa. Since it's an important place for the Shimon aristocratic family, there will definitely be some Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. However, I'm not sure whether there will be any conjoint body mighty figures. Su Zimo nodded. If it was just Dharma characteristic Tao Lords, they posed no threat to him. Even if his essence spirit was locked and he could not use Dharmic powers or Dharmic arts, it would be difficult for other Dharma characteristic Tao Lords to injure him. It would be much more troublesome if there were conjoint body mighty figures. He could not injure a conjoint body mighty figure with his Green Lotus true body alone. Of course, Su Zimo had no intention of offending the three aristocratic families unless he had no other choice. Nangong Ling could vaguely tell what he was implying and probed, Granduncle Master, are you intending to attack the three aristocratic families? If Su Zimo had such plans, he would be in an awkward situation. On the one hand, he was a direct descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family. On the other hand, he was also a disciple of Extreme Fire's lineage. Su Zimo could tell Nangong Ling's worries and shook his head. You don't have to worry. I don't want to bother with the feud between the three aristocratic families and the Beiming clan. However, he changed the topic and said slowly, Beiming Shui is my disciple. Anyone who dares to bully her will be going against Desolate Marshal. Nangong Ling's heart skipped a beat as he nodded. Granduncle Master, I understand. Yes, there's nothing much. You guys can head back first. Su Zimo waved his hand. Granduncle Master, we've just arrived and have yet to speak much to you, but you're already chasing us away. Yu Xian pouted her lips and grumbled. Let's go. The aristocratic family competition is in a few days. Granduncle Master will definitely be there as well. Liu Hanyang pulled Yu Xian and smiled gently. Nangong Ling and the other two bowed to Su Zimo before turning to leave. In front of the clan's grand hall, Beiming Ao could no longer hold it in when he saw Nangong Ling and the other two speeding away on their auspicious clouds. He dashed home with a sorrowful expression. The Beiming clan leader followed closely behind, worried that something might happen to Beiming Ao. The remaining Beiming clansmen closed in as well. Bang! Beiming Ao pushed the door open and barged in. The moment he entered the courtyard, he was stunned and dumbfounded. Initially, he thought that his sister was already dead and Su was burned to ashes. However, he had not expected the two of them to appear alive before him. Su leaned on his chair with half-opened eyes and a relaxed expression. Beiming Shui stood behind him with a hint of joy on her face. Beiming Ao was a little stunned and could not snap out of his stupor. Some Beiming clansmen came over and looked inside as well, shocked. Beiming Shui was not dead. What the hell? If that was the case, who was the one screaming from the burn earlier on? The Beiming clan leader stood at the entrance with a stunned expression. Earlier on, Nangong Yu and the others came with a murderous aura and a void reversion was even invited. Yet, Beiming Shui was fine? This didn't make sense. The Beiming clan leader frowned slightly, feeling that something was amiss. Nangong Yu's group seemed to have vanished into thin air. The Beiming clan leader's gaze landed on some ashes in the courtyard and his pupils constricted as he thought of a possibility. However, that possibility was way too ridiculous. Would the Nangong aristocratic family kill one another? Sister, are you alright? Beiming Ao rushed to Beiming Shui and sized her up with a delighted expression. In fact, he could not help but reach out and pinch himself. Ouch! He grinned and laughed. It's not a dream, it's not a dream. Ha ha ha, my sister is fine. Beiming Shui looked at some Beiming clansmen at the entrance and said loudly, sorry for worrying you clansmen, I'm fine. Thereafter, she whispered, little brother, let them disperse and go close the doors. I have something to tell you. All right. Beiming Ao was delighted when he saw that Beiming Shui was fine. Without thinking much, he rushed to the door and waved his hand. Everyone, disperse. My sister is fine. Chapter 1353, Gift. Chapter 1353, Gift. Sister, what happened? Beiming Ao closed the door and could not help but ask, where's Nangong Yu and the others? They're gone. Beiming Shui replied ambiguously. If she were to tell the truth, it would be difficult to hide Su Zimo's identity. She was smart and was extremely cautious. She knew that Su Zimo's identity was sensitive and could not reveal it casually, even if this was her younger brother. Gone. Beiming Ao was puzzled. Beiming Shui changed the topic and asked, little brother, the aristocratic family competition is about to begin. What's your weapon? Beiming Ao was delighted when he heard that and took out a flying sword from his storage bag. It was etched with 3 spirit patterns. It was a superior grade spirit weapon. Sister, look. He said smugly, this was given to me by the old clan leader. There aren't many superior grade spirit weapons in the entire Beiming town. The foundation of the Beiming clan had long been snatched away by the 3 aristocratic families. Even the many cultivation techniques and secret manuals of the Beiming clan were snatched away by the 3 aristocratic families, and their legacy was lost, let alone spirit weapons and dharmic weapons. A superior grade spirit weapon, that's not bad. Beiming Shui nodded. However, you will still be disadvantaged if you face golden cores of the 3 aristocratic families in the aristocratic family competition. Golden cores of the 3 aristocratic families would at least possess a supreme grade spirit weapon if they could take part in the aristocratic family competition. It was normal for some peerless geniuses or monster incarnates that were groomed by their families to possess perfect or carnate spirit weapons. For example, Dongfang Ji, who destroyed Beiming Shui's golden core, possessed 2 carnate spirit weapons. One of the carnate spirit weapons even belonged to the Beiming aristocratic family. It's fine. Beiming Ao gripped his fists gently. I have a golden core phenomenon. Even if I lose in terms of weapons, I'll definitely be able to obtain a good ranking. This time round, the old clan leader told me that if I can get into the top 100, he will raise a request to the 3 aristocratic families to permit me to leave Beiming town and explore outside. Once I leave the territory of the 3 aristocratic families, the skies will be the limit. Who knows, I might encounter some opportunity and soar immensely. Sister, don't worry. I'll definitely take you with me when that time comes. Beiming Shui felt her heart warm up and nodded. Thank you for your concern, little brother. She looked at Su Zimo and hesitated slightly. However, she still took out a flying sword and a silver inner armor from her storage bag and handed them over. Beiming Shui said, little brother, take these 2 spirit weapons. They will increase your chances at the aristocratic family competition. Beiming Ao did not think too much about it and took them over, asking casually, sister, where did you get your hands on these spirit weapons? After sweeping his gaze, Beiming Ao's expression changed slightly. He could clearly see that there were 5 spirit patterns etched on the flying sword. Could it be? He could not believe it and channeled spirit energy into it. Whoosh! The sword buzzed and trembled, shining brightly in a bedazzling manner. A perfect grade spirit weapon, Beiming Ao exclaimed. His spirit energy entered the silver inner armor as well. Whoosh! A silver barrier burst forth from the inner armor and shone with 5 spirit lights. It was also a perfect grade spirit weapon. This shocked Beiming Ao. Sister, this. He could not even speak coherently anymore. After all, he had not even touched a supreme grade spirit weapon up till this point of his cultivation. He was overjoyed when the Beiming clan leader gave him a superior grade spirit weapon. One could imagine the impact of seeing 2 perfect grade spirit weapons right now. Beiming Shui was worried that Su Zimo would not agree to it. Therefore, she was a little hesitant. However, she still loved her younger brother in her heart. Worried that Beiming Ao might encounter danger at the aristocratic family competition, she took out 2 of the 3 perfect dharmic weapons given to her by Nangong Ling and the other 2. However, right from the beginning, Su Zimo did not express anything and sat quietly at the side with closed eyes, seemingly unconcerned. Little brother, don't ask me about these 2 spirit weapons. I can't tell you. Beiming Shui could see Beiming Ao's confusion and shook her head. Although Beiming Ao was curious, he controlled himself. The only thing he knew was that his sister would not harm him. Putting away the two perfect spirit weapons, Beiming Ao looked at Su Zimo instinctively and could not help but extend his leg to kick the seat beneath Su Zimo. "Hey, why are you still here? How many years has it been?" he snapped. Beiming Shue's expression changed as she berated sternly, "Little brother, don't be rude." "Sister, I didn't say anything much." Beiming Ao murmured softly but was interrupted by Beiming Shue before he could finish. "Little brother, apologize to Mr. Su." She had a stern expression as she said slowly with a firm tone that was unquestionable. Beiming Ao had never seen his sister so stern. Although he was indignant, he was a little afraid as well and cupped his fists at Su Zimo reluctantly. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry." Su Zimo had a calm expression and did not open his eyes the entire time, seemingly asleep. What was his identity? He would not hold it against Beiming Ao for such things. Beiming Ao pouted his lips and looked at Su Zimo with even more disdain. However, due to Beiming Shue, he retracted some sarcastic remarks he was about to make. Beiming Shue waved her hand. "All right, continue cultivating in the ancestral hall. Don't expose your perfect-grade spirit weapons for now." "Don't worry, sister." Beiming Ao nodded and turned to leave without lingering. "Master, will you blame me for giving away the two spirit weapons to my little brother?" Beiming Shue pondered for a long time and whispered uneasily. Su Zimo opened his eyes and smiled, shaking his head. "It's nothing much. It's just two perfect-grade spirit weapons. They're not incredible treasures either." His essence spirit was locked and he could not open his storage bag. Otherwise, any treasure he took out would far surpass a perfect-grade spirit weapon. Earlier on, Su Zimo was also considering what gift he should give Beiming Shue. Right now, he was not at the same level as Dai Yu where he could give out universal treasures as gifts or alter one's fate. However, Beiming Shue was his eldest disciple after all and he could not give her something too cheap. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo removed a string of Buddha beads on his left wrist and handed them to Beiming Shue, saying indifferently, "I've worn these Buddha beads for many years. Today, I'll give them to you." "Thank you, master." Beiming Shue received the Buddha beads and examined them carefully but could not make out anything. There were no spirit patterns on the Buddha beads and there were no spirit chi fluctuations, they looked extremely old. Beiming Shue did not think too much about it and wore the Buddha beads on her wrist casually. At that moment, she did not realize at all that the string of Buddha beads was the foundational treasure of a super sect in the cultivation world, the Mingwang prayer bead. Even conjoint body mighty figures would be tempted to fight to the death for those Buddha beads, let alone a golden core like her. Chapter 1354, Competition Begins. Chapter 1354, Competition Begins. As an important place of the Shimen aristocratic family, the Shimen villa was usually heavily guarded and outsiders were forbidden from entering. In the past 2 days, the Shimen villa suddenly became lively. That was because the competition between the 3 aristocratic families was about to begin. A day earlier, the paragons of the 3 aristocratic families arrived at the Shimen villa under the lead of their respective commanders to prepare for the competition. Naturally, the Shimen villa arranged accommodations for the cultivators of the Dongfang and Nangong aristocratic families as well as many spirit fruits and wine for them to consume. In a corner of the Shimen villa, everyone from the Beiming clan was gathered. There were dozens of them. Su Zimo, Beiming Shue and Beiming Ao were among them. "Sai, our Beiming clan has already fallen to such a state where we don't even have a place to settle down. Seems like we have to deal with this open-air place for the night. The 3 aristocratic families don't even care about us. Why would they arrange a place for us?" Some Beiming clansmen grumbled softly and sighed. The Beiming clan leader frowned slightly and hollered softly, "That's enough, we're here to take part in the aristocratic family competition. If you guys can obtain a good ranking, it'll be considered as giving the Beiming clan face." Right then, a group of cultivators in brocade robes walked over from not far away, looking proud and arrogant. "It's Dongfang Xian." Beiming Ao could not help but grit his teeth when he saw the leader. The person beside Dongfang Xian is the monster incarnate of the Shimen aristocratic family, Shimon Jingrue. I heard that he's already engaged to Dongfang Ji and will become her Dao companion soon. It was common to see marriage between the three aristocratic families. Fu. Before Dongfang Xian arrived, laughter sounded. Aren't those the legendary clansmen of the ancient Beiming aristocratic family? How impolite of us. Dongfang Xian smiled gently with a mocking tone. The Beiming clansmen lowered their heads and their faces reddened, but they did not dare to say anything. Dongfang Xian said pretentiously, Brother Jingrue, your Shimon aristocratic family is truly in the wrong this time round. Why are you guys so slow to even give them a place despite the fact that the Beiming clan is an ancient aristocratic family? Beiming aristocratic family? Jingrue was puzzled. Why haven't I heard of them before? There's only so few people in an ancient aristocratic family. Why aren't they as prosperous as even a collateral lineage of my Shimon aristocratic family? Sigh. Perhaps they've already declined. Dongfang Xian sighed. However, even so, they were still an ancient aristocratic family. If they can be considered as an ancient aristocratic family just like that, wouldn't aristocratic families be everywhere? Shimon Jingrue shook his head. That won't do. Ha 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 ha. The aristocratic family cultivators behind the two of them roared in laughter brazenly. Joking one after another, the two of them did not take the Beiming clansmen seriously at all. Dongfang Xian, Shimon Jingrue, don't be smug. Beiming Ao's expression was cold as he suddenly said, if you encounter me, Beiming Ao, at the aristocratic family competition, you'll definitely be disgrace. Hee. Shimon Jingrue sneered and could not be bothered with Beiming Ao. As a monster incarnate of the Golden Core realm, he could be considered as the number one perfected being of the Shimon aristocratic family and could even match the paragons of the super sect. How could he take an early-stage Golden Core like Beiming Ao seriously? However, Dongfang Xian's expression darkened as killing intent flashed through his eyes. Little beast, watch your words. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Private duels are forbidden within the villa before the competition even begins. Beiming Ao said coldly. Fu. Dongfang Xian sneered, that's between our three aristocratic families. However, cultivators of the Beiming clan are ants in our eyes. We can crush them easily. His words were not a threat. If he killed cultivators of the Beiming clan in the villa, nobody would punish him. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in the cultivation world. The prerequisite of fairness was that both parties had the same strength and status. Beiming Ao, stop it. The Beiming clan leader shouted hurriedly and bowed to Dongfang Xian and Shimon Jingrue, smiling apologetically. Both of you are esteemed figures while Beiming Ao is still young and insensible. Please don't stoop to his level. Who told you to come out? Dongfang Xian raised his brow and scolded coldly, old thing, scram. Get that lowlife Beiming Ao to apologize to me personally. As a nascent soul, the Beiming clan leader's cultivation realm was above Dongfang Xian. However, he could only endure being scolded by Dongfang Xian and retreat with a sigh. It was as though he had aged considerably in an instant. Right from the beginning, Beiming Xue did not say anything. She had a cold expression and clenched her fists, still enduring. There was no way Su Zimo would attack. He would ignore something as such completely and allow Beiming Xue to handle it on her own. The only exception was if someone crossed his bottom line. Beiming Ao stood in the crowd motionlessly with fire flaring out of his eyes. Why? You're unwilling. Dongfang Xian swept his gaze and grinned. If you don't apologize to me, all of your Beiming clansmen will suffer. Jigo apologize. It's nothing much. That's right. After all, you were the one who provoked him. It has nothing to do with us. Some of the Beiming clansmen could not withstand the pressure and whispered. Beiming Ao grit his teeth so hard that they cracked and his face turned green. Right then, a group of cultivators walked over from afar. They wore the robes of the Nangong aristocratic family and were rather striking. Their leader was the golden core paragon of the Nangong aristocratic family, Nangong Shi. Among the golden cores of this generation, the Nangong aristocratic family's Nangong Shi, the Dongfang aristocratic families Dongfang Ji and the Shimen aristocratic families Shimen Jingrui were lauded as the three great paragon. Among them, Nangongshi was the most famous. "What are you guys doing here?" Nangongshi walked forward and smiled at everyone, asking. "You're just in time, brother Nangong." Dongfang Xian said, "These little beasts of the Beiming clan are foolish and have offended me. I'm about to teach them a lesson." Nangongshi smiled gently. "Unfortunately, I have something on as well. I'd like to invite 3 cultivators of the Beiming clan over to sit with me." With that said, he cupped his fists towards Beiming Shui and Beiming Ao. "Fellow Taoists, follow me." Thereafter, Nangongshi's gaze landed on Su Zimo. "Also, this mister, please follow me as well." "Nangongshi, what's the meaning of this?" Dongfang Xian's expression turned cold as he asked with a frown. Nangongshi replied indifferently, "Nothing much. I'm merely inviting 3 cultivators of the Beiming clan." "Are you going to stop me?" "Brother Nangong, that's where you're wrong." Shimen Jingrui said, "It's fine if you want to invite the 3 of them, but Beiming Ao has to apologize to Dongfang Xian first before leaving." "Oh." Nangongshi replied expressionlessly, "Now, I truly don't agree with that." With that said, he nodded to Beiming Shui and her brother before turning to leave with them. Su Zimo smiled calmly and followed behind. Dongfang Xian and Shimen Jingrui had grim expressions, but they were wary and did not stop him. The Beiming clansmen revealed looks of envy. Chapter 1355, 3 Great Commanders. Chapter 1355, 3 Great Commanders. Naturally, Beiming Ao was puzzled. Only Su Zimo and Beiming Shui knew the reason why. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Nangong." Beiming Ao cupped his fists towards Nangongshi and expressed his thanks. However, his eyes were still wary. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. His first reaction was that the Nangong aristocratic family wanted to rope them in and obtain that non-existent secret. Nangongshi smiled and was not bothered. Instead, his gaze lingered on Beiming Shui and Su Zimo. All he received was an order to bring the 3 of them over. Furthermore, the commander of the Nangong aristocratic family, Nangong Ling, had given a clear order to not delay the 3 of them. However, Nangongshi did not see anything special about the 3 of them. Beiming Ao was not old and was a little rash. Beiming Shui was outstanding and possessed an extraordinary aura. However, her golden core was shattered by Dongfang Ji and she was now a cripple. 100 years of lifespan was fleeting. As for the green-robed man, he couldn't read this person at all. Nangongshi shook his head. There were no traces of cultivation on the person, making him look like a mortal scholar. However, he did not seem uneasy in the territory of cultivators at the Shimen Villa. Instead, he was even more composed than the cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families, as though he was right at home. Nangongshi brought the 3 of them to a residence and smiled. "The 3 of you can rest here tonight. The competition will officially begin tomorrow. If there's anything, you just have to summon the servants of the Nangong family." With that said, he turned to leave. "That's all?" Beiming Ao was puzzled. He was still pondering over the motive of Nangongshi for saving them and how he should deal with it. In the end, the latter merely turned and left. "Come in and rest. You have to rest well for tomorrow's competition." Beiming Shui beckoned to Beiming Ao. This was a side courtyard of the Shimen Villa. It was exquisite with fake mountains and flowing water, a spirit plantation with lush greenery and some servants of the Nangong family within. Even direct descendants of the Nangong aristocratic family lived in a similar environment. "What's up with the Nangong family?" Beiming Ao was still puzzled. However, when he thought about the competition tomorrow, he suppressed his curiosity temporarily and began to rest, preparing for the upcoming battle. The next morning, the villa that had been silent for the entire night gradually became livelier. The Beiming clansmen spent the night in the open ground of the villa with a chilling wind. Although it was nothing much for cultivators, they were all dispirited. At that moment, Beiming Shui and Beiming Ao walked over. Having rested for the night, Beiming Ao looked energetic and was filled with vigor. "Let's go." The Beiming clan leader greeted and headed towards his clansmen, towards the center of the villa. The aristocratic family competition was set up in the center of the villa and was surrounded by a spectator area. The commanders of the 3 aristocratic families had seats and the rest of the clansmen stood to watch. The spectator area was in a circle and the center was where the fight was. The battlefield split into 10 gigantic raised platforms. At that moment, the spectator area was almost filled with people and voices. Cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families were already present. At a glance, they were dense and looked extremely spectacular. The Beiming aristocratic family sent people too? Fufu, in my opinion, they're here to embarrass themselves. Many cultivators burst into laughter with mocking expressions when they caught sight of the Beiming clansmen. There's no space here. Get lost. A cultivator of the Shimen aristocratic family hollered. Actually, there was an empty spot beside him that could accommodate more than 10 people. The Beiming clan leader sighed internally and did not argue. He led his clansmen to the other side. At his age, he no longer had the fervor to fight. He had expected such humiliation when they came to take part in the aristocratic family competition. Everyone from the Beiming clan, come over. Nangong, she beckoned to everyone from the Beiming clan. Su Zimo swept his gaze. On the side of the Nangong aristocratic family, Nangong Ling, Liu Hanyang and Yu Xian sat high and above in the spectator area with many spirit fruits and immortal peaches around them. Nangong Ling stood up hurriedly and wanted to walk towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo shook his head gently. It was only then that Nangong Ling stopped. Isn't that Nangong Ling? A chuckle sounded from afar as a cultivator of the Shimen aristocratic family arrived slowly in a gigantic carriage that hovered in midair. Many young and beautiful girls surrounded the carriage. The cultivator of the Shimen aristocratic family had a relaxed expression as he drank his wine and said coolly, "You've been out adventuring for many years. How have you been?" Shimen Zi. Nangong Ling raised his brow. Shimen Zi was the commander of the Shimen aristocratic family this time round and hosted the aristocratic family competition. Nangong Ling, you probably can't even recognize us anymore now that you're in 100 refinement sect of the 4 unorthodox groups, huh? A void reversion of the Dongfang aristocratic family flew over with an unfriendly expression. Dongfang Yi, the commander of the Dongfang aristocratic family this time round. The 3 of them were considered as cultivators of the same generation and had known one another since they were young. However, Nangong Ling headed to the middle continent to train and cultivate, joining 100 refinement sect thereafter. As for Shimen Zi and Dongfang Yi, the 2 of them remained cultivating in the aristocratic families. As such, their paths varied. However, they were all elites of the same generation after all. Now that they were all at the void reversion realm, they were famous outside. Although what happened the previous night was only a small conflict between the juniors, Dongfang Yi and Shimen Zi had already received the news. Therefore, their tones were sarcastic the moment they met Nangong Ling today. Nangong Ling smiled faintly and ignored the 2 of them. Standing in the crowd, Su Zimo could not use his spirit consciousness and merely surveyed his surroundings with his vision and hearing. As Nangong Ling had said, there were no cultivators with high cultivation realms in this aristocratic family competition. The commanders of the 3 aristocratic families, Shimen Zi, Dongfang Yi and Nangong Ling, were all at the void reversion realm. Apart from them, there were also some void reversions. However, Su Zimo could sense that there were definitely Dharma characteristic Tao Lords in this villa. As for conjoint body mighty figures, he could not detect them yet. Actually, Su Zimo was not interested in the aristocratic family competition at all. He was here because he was worried about Beiming Shui. Because Beiming Shui was his eldest disciple, he could not just leave her be. At the very least, he would only leave after this matter was over. The sect competition had already begun. The foundation establishment cultivators of the various aristocratic families ascended the stone platform one after another to fight in pairs. A few foundation establishment cultivators from the Beiming aristocratic family came forward as well. But soon, The Beiming aristocratic family clansmen were defeated by cultivators of the three aristocratic families. They only cleared 2 rounds at most before being swept away. The Beiming aristocratic family did not have any cultivation technique manuals, spirit weapons, or elixirs. As for the cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families, they had countless resources and guidance from their experts. The difference in strength between them was immense. Each time the Beiming aristocratic family was defeated, a series of mocking laughs would echo from the crowd. "Little brother, don't be nervous. Given your strength, you can definitely make it to the top 100. Beiming Shui consoled him softly. "All right." Beiming Ao nodded. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator competition ended before noon. Immediately after was the fight between the Golden Cores. Chapter 1356 Attack. Chapter 1356 Attack. The Beiming clan did not have many Golden Cores taking part in the fight. Including Beiming Ao, there were only 3 of them. A few years ago, Beiming Shui's Golden Core was crippled and she lost her rights. All these years, she cultivated the martial Dao wholeheartedly and did not take the initiative to mention this matter. Beiming Shui's gaze passed through the crowd and landed on a cold and arrogant woman from the Dongfang aristocratic family. Dongfang Ji. A few years ago, Dongfang Ji was the one who snatched her treasure and even destroyed her Golden Core. She had never forgotten about that matter. Although she did not take part in the aristocratic family competition today, she would definitely settle this matter with Dongfang Ji. As though she sensed something, Dongfang Ji glanced sideways and exchanged glances with Beiming Shui. Her lips curled with disdain. In her eyes, Beiming Shui was a cripple and was no longer worthy of her attention. The Golden Core competition began. The other 2 Beiming clansmen were quickly defeated by their opponents. As for Beiming Ao, he swept through and defeated 3 opponents before entering the 4th round. Initially, nobody noticed Beiming Ao. However, after clearing the 7th round in front of Beiming Shui, he finally attracted the attention of the 3 aristocratic families when there were less than 100 remaining opponents. This meant that Beiming Ao was now in the top 100 of this Golden Core competition. To think that such a character would appear in the Beiming clan. How rare. The commander of the Shimen aristocratic family, Shimen Zi, narrowed his eyes with a cold glint. "It's nothing much." Dongfang Yi replied indifferently, "He will definitely go against Dongfang Xian. At that time, Dongfang Xian can suppress him with ease and cripple him." Time quickly passed. The Beiming clansmen became increasingly nervous as they watched Beiming Ao fight on the stone platform fixedly. Right now, he had less than 20 opponents remaining. Beiming Ao is victorious. An aristocratic family cultivator declared loudly. On the stone platform, Beiming Ao panted slightly. Although he was drenched in sweat from the consecutive fights, he still looked extremely excited. Earlier on, at the most critical moment, he had to use the perfect grade flying sword Beiming Shui gave him to defeat his opponent. Right now, he was ranked 20th. If he were to stop while he was ahead and admit defeat, he could still obtain immense rewards and might even be able to raise a request to the 3 aristocratic families for an expedition outside. However, Beiming Ao did not want to withdraw just like that. That was because Dongfang Xian would be his next opponent. He wanted to defeat Dongfang Xian openly. "Little cub, seems like I've been too lax in looting you guys over the years. To think that you would have a perfect spirit weapon with you." Dongfang Xian leaped onto the stone platform and said darkly, "If you hand over that perfect spirit weapon now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Dongfang Xian, cut the crap. Accept the challenge. Beiming Ao hollered and waved his sleeves, summoning a perfect grade flying sword. He took the initiative and his flying sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing towards Dongfang Xian. Humph. Dongfang Xian's expression turned cold as he swiped his storage bag and summoned a perfect grade flying sword as well, slashing forward. Clang. Sparks flew as the 2 perfect grade flying swords collided. Beiming Ao's expression changed slightly. He had expended a lot of stamina in the consecutive battles. Furthermore, He was only at early stage golden core while Dongfang Xian was at late stage. The difference between them was 2 minor realms. Beiming Ao clearly felt a little powerless in this head-on clash. Clang, clang, clang. Both of their flying swords fought with speed, and it was clear that Dongfang Xian was stronger. His sword techniques were complex, unrestrained, and beguiling. However, Beiming Ao did not cultivate any brilliant sword-wielding techniques. Back and forth, he merely utilized some basic sword arts. Before long, Beiming Ao was completely suppressed by Dongfang Xian, golden core phenomenon. Finally, Beiming Ao could not hold on any longer and released his power of phenomenon. A boundless ocean appeared behind him, emitting a cold aura as the surrounding temperature dipped. It's Beiming Ocean. After so many years, someone has finally cultivated the legacy phenomenon of the Beiming aristocratic family. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Spectator area. Shimen Ziyi and Dongfang Yi had indifferent expressions and were nonchalant. As void reversions, they were sharp and could naturally tell that Beiming Ao was at the end of his rope. Even if he summoned Beiming Ocean, he would not be able to hold out for long. Eastern Purple Qi. Dongfang Xian hollered and released his golden core phenomenon as well. A purple qi appeared behind him and shone brightly, charging towards Beiming Ocean with a powerful phenomenon. Boom! The purple qi surged into Beiming Ocean and created raging tides instantly. The seawater splashed. Beiming Ao's face was pale as his phenomenon swayed. It was on the brink of collapse. It was not because his golden core phenomenon was not strong enough, but because his spirit energy was thoroughly exhausted and he could not withstand that head-on collision. Admit defeat. The Beiming clan leader shouted hurriedly, the Beiming clan has admitted defeat. Sparring was still the main focus for the fights of the aristocratic family competition, and there would rarely be fights to the death. As long as one party would admit defeat, the other party wouldn't be ruthless. However, Dongfang Xian was unmoved by the shout of the Beiming clan leader. Instead, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "It's too late to admit defeat now. This lad is arrogant and conceited. I'll cripple him today as a warning to others." Boom! Dongfang Xian channeled his golden core to its limits and purple qi surged, bursting through Beiming Ocean and landing on Beiming Ao's chest. Whoosh! In a flash, a silver light shone from Beiming Ao's chest and blocked most of the power of the golden core phenomenon. Even so, Beiming Ao was sent flying far away and spat out a mouthful of blood with a dispirited expression. If not for the silver inner armor Beiming Shui gave him, he would have been a dead man by now. Another perfect grade spirit weapon. The Beiming clan sure has a strong foundation. To think that 2 perfect spirit weapons would appear in Beiming Ao's possession. He didn't die. Dongfang Xian's expression turned cold as he leaped up. Purple qi shrouded his body as he chased after Beiming Ao, who was outside the stone platform. Beiming Ao has already admitted defeat and fell from the stone platform. You can't kill him anymore. The Beiming clan leader stood out and shouted. Old thing, you had better not interfere. A nascent soul of the Dongfang aristocratic family said slowly, the rules of the aristocratic family competition are only targeted at our 3 aristocratic families. Who do you think the Beiming clan is? Dongfang Xian caught up to Beiming Ao before the latter even landed on the ground. Little cub, let's see who can save you today. The power of phenomenon behind Dongfang Xian surged and smashed towards Beiming Ao. All of a sudden, a figure appeared before Beiming Ao like a phantom. It was Beiming Shui. She extended her palm slowly and clenched it into a fist, punching towards Dongfang Xian as she said coldly, "Get lost." Chapter 1357 Enlightenment. Chapter 1357 Enlightenment. Beiming Shui? That woman's golden core is crippled. Is she looking to die? Everyone from the Beiming aristocratic family are indeed idiots. Against Dongfang Xian's golden core phenomenon, even low-level spirit weapons would be shattered, let alone a body of flesh and blood. Many cultivators burst into laughter when they saw that. Of course, there were still some people who did not laugh. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he watched everything quietly. At the spectator area, Nangong Ling, Liu Hanyang and Yu Xian did not laugh either. That was because they knew that Beiming Shui was the disciple of Granduncle Master Desolate Marshal, the eldest disciple. To their understanding, Granduncle Master Desolate Marshal was someone extremely protective. Since she was his eldest disciple, Granduncle Master would definitely value and love her even more. In the cultivation world, cultivators had a long lifespan, and by the end of their cultivations, they would most likely not have any kin remaining. Therefore, many a times, the relationship between master and disciple was even more important than bloodline clansmen. Even with his essence spirit injured, Granduncle Master protected Beiming Shui and arrived at the aristocratic family competition. It was clear how much he valued this eldest disciple. Who was Desolate Marshal? The number one monster incarnate in history. There was no way his eldest disciple was ordinary. Beiming Shui looked a little frail and there was no spirit energy fluctuation in her body. Against Dongfang Xian, who had a torrential aura and ferocious spirit energy, she was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Beiming Shui's fist collided with Dongfang Xian's purple qi. Boom! The ferocious purple qi dissipated instantly. Dongfang Xian was stunned and shuddered as though he was struck by lightning. He flew back at an even faster speed and landed heavily on the stone platform. Poof! Dongfang Xian spat out a mouthful of blood with a pale expression. His tendons and bones felt like they were about to split as he laid on the ground and shrieked. More than half of his body was crippled and he could not even stand up, let alone fight. The seemingly tiny mantis managed to shatter the war chariot. It was just a single punch. The laughter in the spectator area had yet to stop. However, the battle was already over. The expressions of the cultivators gradually froze as they opened their mouths slowly with eyes widened in disbelief. Dongfang Xian was defeated. Furthermore, he was defeated by a single punch from the cripple, Beiming Shui. Even Dongfang Xian's golden core phenomenon was shattered by Beiming Shui's body. How was that possible? Even the Beiming clansmen were dumbfounded, let alone the cultivators of the three aristocratic families. Naturally, Su Zimo was not surprised by that. Furthermore, he could tell that Beiming Shui did not use her full strength. If she released her full strength, Dongfang Xian would be torn apart by her punch and die on the spot, let alone his golden core phenomenon. Piak! Dongfang Ji slapped the table and stood up, barking coldly with a cold expression. Bitch! Marshal Dao! Shimon Zi swept his gaze across Beiming Shui and frowned slightly as he murmured. The only way one would not possess spirit energy fluctuations was if they cultivated the martial Dao. However, how could the power of the martial Dao be so strong? Sister, you. Beiming Ao was shocked. He was right behind Beiming Shui and had a deeper understanding of the collision earlier on. He seemed to be able to sense the raging Beiming ocean within her body. He had not expected that his crippled sister would be able to release such a terrifying power after a few years. Could this be the power of the martial Dao? Suddenly, Beiming Ao realized that he could no longer read his sister. Dongfang Ji said coldly, "Are you guys blind? This slut has already broken the rules of the competition by attacking without permission. Suppress her and kill her in public." Nangong Ling sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness expressionlessly. Nangong she understood and chuckled before standing out. "I don't think Beiming Shui is to blame for this. The one who broke the rules of the competition was not Beiming Shui, but your younger brother, Dongfang Xian." Firstly, Dongfang Xian was unwilling to stop even though Beiming Ao had already admitted defeat. Secondly, even after Beiming Ao was out of the stone platform, Dongfang Xian continued hunting him beyond its radius. Anyone can attack outside the radius of the stone platform. To be blunt, if I was the one who attacked earlier to suppress Dongfang Xian, it wouldn't have been considered as breaking the rules. Nangong Shi, you. Dongfang Ji frowned with a frosty expression. Those two were the strongest monster incarnates among the three aristocratic families. Including Shimon Jingrui, the three of them should be the top three of this Golden Core competition. The three aristocratic families had always been on good terms. Dongfang Ji was even engaged to Shimen Jingrui through marriage. Nobody expected Nangong Shi and Dongfang Ji to fight because of Beiming Shui. Could it be that Nangong Shi had a crush on Dongfang Ji? Is he jealous because she is engaged to Shimen Jingrui? Impossible. I'm guessing that Nangong Shi might be involved with Beiming Shui. Although Beiming Shui has a low status, she's extremely beautiful. The two of them look like a golden couple. Even though they were cultivators, they could not help but gossip. Shimen Ziyi and Dongfang Yi looked at Nangong Ling, who was not far away. Nangong Ling's expression was unchanged as he looked straight ahead. Both of them sneered internally. Naturally, the three commanders would not appear for such a small matter. Nangong Shi, what are you trying to do? Shimen Jingrui could not help but stand out with a terrible expression. Nothing much, I'm just stating the facts. Nangong Shi spread his hands with an innocent expression. I'll remember this matter first. Dongfang Ji nodded and looked deeply at Nangong Shi before turning to Beiming Shui. In a flash, she arrived on the stone platform. She did not conceal the killing intent in her heart as she said slowly, "Bitch, I destroyed your golden core 4 years ago. Now, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you have a fair fight against me in this aristocratic family competition." Beiming Shui glared at Dongfang Ji fearlessly with a cold expression. She had waited for this day for a long time. She turned to look at Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled faintly. Go on. The martial Dao allows one to exact revenge and repay gratitude as they please. It wouldn't matter even if you pierce through the heavens today. Beiming Shui was filled with pride and no longer had any reservations. If anybody else made her such a promise, she would have been skeptical. However, if her master said something like that, she believed that he would defend her even if the sky collapsed. That was because her master was Desolate Marshal. He was Dao Lord Desolate Marshal who was renowned throughout the world and established his Dao for the masses. Instantly, Beiming Shui was enlightened. In fact, even her cultivation that was stuck at the 8 transformations of the martial Dao had loosened slightly at this moment. She could sense the aura of the dragon elephant force. Beiming Shui turned around and walked towards the stone platform with a burning gaze. Her footsteps were firm and at that moment, her martial Dao will reached its peak. It was unshakable. Under the envelopment of that will, Dongfang Ji suddenly felt a sense of pressure. On the stone platform, Beiming Shui walked towards Dongfang Ji step by step. With every step she took, her aura would increase by a fraction. However, the pressure on Dongfang Ji would increase as well. Chapter 1358, A Punch and a Sword. Chapter 1358, A Punch and a Sword. What powerful blood chi! At the spectator area, Dongfang Yi narrowed his gaze. Shimen Ziyi nodded as well. Beiming Shui's bloodline has probably already cultivated to the lead Mercury amalgam blood realm. Among the 3 aristocratic families, the Shimen aristocratic family had the strongest body tempering. However, even for Shimen Jingrui, who was at Golden Core realm, he only cultivated to the lead Mercury amalgam realm with the help of many resources. Dongfang Ji's heart skipped a beat. As the most outstanding successor of the Dongfang aristocratic family at the Golden Core realm, she made the right judgment right away and retreated to keep her distance from Beiming Shui. She could not engage Beiming Shui in melee combat. The martial Dao was to constantly develop one's potential and temper their bodies. Those who cultivated the martial Dao were extremely strong in melee combat. Go! Dongfang Ji slapped her storage bag and waved her sleeves, causing a silver spear to appear before her. The spear quivered and shone with 6 spirit patterns in a bright light. Carnate Dharmic weapon, heavenly essence spear. Cultivators of the Dongfang aristocratic family rarely used swords, most of them used spears. While a spear was weaker than a flying sword in terms of agility, it was stronger than a flying sword in terms of strength. Under Dongfang Ji's control, the heavenly essence spear transformed into a silver streak of light and arrived before Beiming Shui at an astonishing speed. In terms of speed and burst power, carnate weapons were the limit. Without much movement, a cold shimmering sword had already appeared in her hands. The sword quivered and 5 spirit patterns lit up. A perfect spirit weapon. That sword was the perfect spirit weapon Liu Hanyang gave Beiming Shui. Beiming Shui has a perfect spirit weapon as well. The Beiming family sure has some good stuff. Many cultivators revealed looks of envy. Beiming Shui suddenly attacked and slashed with her sword. Clang! Sparks flew when the sword struck the heavenly essence spear. Normally, a carnate spirit weapon would definitely gain the upper hand in a clash between perfect and carnate spirit weapons. However, Beiming Shui was way too strong. The sword quivered and sent the heavenly essence spear flying when it slashed down. Boom! Beiming Shui strode forward and stomped heavily on the ground, arriving before Dongfang Ji instantly like an arrow that was released from a bow. It was too fast. With the burst of Beiming Shui's body and bloodline, she covered a distance of more than 100 feet instantly. Beiming Shui's expression was cold as she raised her sword and stabbed. Before the sword even arrived, a chilling sharpness was already released. Dongfang Ji actually felt a slight sting on her glabella. Trap! Dongfang Ji's reaction was extremely fast when she saw that she could not retrieve the heavenly essence spear in time. She conjured a hand seal and released the legacy spirit art of her aristocratic family. Strange vines and branches grew from the stone platform beneath Beiming Shui and coiled around her body and limbs. The Dongfang aristocratic family specialized in wood spirit arts. As a golden core paragon of the Dongfang aristocratic family, Dongfang Ji was even more well-versed in this Dao and conjured her spirit art in the blink of an eye. Those vines and branches were no ordinary plants. With the augmentation of Dongfang Ji's spirit energy, they were not weaker than spirit weapons. Furthermore, there were spikes on the vines that could pierce a cultivator's flesh. After releasing the spirit art, Dongfang Ji seized the opportunity to retreat and distance herself from Beiming Shui once more. Humph! Beiming Shui sneered. She cultivated the martial Dao and was already at the 8th transformation, indestructible diamond. Her body was already invulnerable to fire, water, and weapons. Even true spirit weapons could not hurt her, let alone the vines conjured by spirit energy. Beiming Shui struggled. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the vines coiled around her, Beiming Shui broke free and gave chase once more. Clang, clang, clang. She slashed in succession. Dongfang Ji blocked Beiming Shui's sword with her precise movement techniques and spear techniques. However, she was completely disadvantaged. Beiming Shui did not have many sword techniques, but with her martial Dao true body as a foundation, the speed and power of each sword strike were pushed to the limit. She was overwhelming everything with brute force. No matter how precise Dongfang Ji's moves were, she could not defend against Beiming Shui's sword. Beiming Shui's strength is a little terrifying. To think that she would be able to reach such a realm in the martial Dao. I wonder how many transformations Beiming Shui has cultivated. The crowd whispered nobody expected this outcome. She's merely relying on brute force. Shimon Jingrui sneered, everyone knows that one doesn't have any spirit energy if they cultivate the martial Dao, so they can't condense golden core phenomenons. That's the greatest advantage we cultivators have. Dongfang Yi sat high above with a calm expression and was not worried. No one was clearer than him about Dongfang Ji's strength. This battle would end the moment Dongfang Ji released her golden core phenomenon. Beiming Shui, you're very good to be able to force me to this extent. Dongfang Ji's golden core circulated slowly and her spirit energy surged. A purple chi appeared behind her and shone brightly. Golden core phenomenon, Eastern purple chi. Although it was the same phenomenon, the power of Dongfang Ji's phenomenon was clearly many times stronger than Dongfang Xian's. It was not over yet. Suddenly, another powerful energy fluctuation appeared behind Dongfang Ji. Another phenomenon rose. Many plants appeared behind Dongfang Ji and transformed into ferocious soldiers that charged towards Beiming Shui. Golden core phenomenons, flora myriad weapons. Dongfang Ji had managed to cultivate 2 golden core phenomenons. The crowd was in an uproar. Even Nangong Shi had a grim expression. Even he was not confident of winning against Dongfang Ji, who had 2 golden core phenomenons. It's over. Dongfang Ji rose slowly and 2 golden core phenomenons circled around her. Her aura had already climbed to its peak as she looked down at Beiming Shui. Bitch, it's useless even if you admit defeat now. Her voice was cold. She had intended to use her two phenomenons to deal with Nangongshi. To think that she would have to use them prior to that. Two phenomenons. Beiming Shui had a calm expression without any fear or surprise in her eyes. Indeed, it's time to end things. She said indifferently, however, I'm not the one who will admit defeat. Before her sentence was finished, Beiming Shui channeled her blood qi with all her might. Splash! Her blood qi surged and a deafening tsunami sound echoed from her body. Tsunami blood. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Even Shimen Ziyi and Dongfang Yi were shocked. All of them were void reversions and knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate to the tsunami blood realm. It was even rarer than golden core phenomenon. There were many people in the cultivation world who could condense golden core phenomenons. However, there were very few cultivators who could cultivate tsunami blood. Boom! Beiming Shui did not retreat or dodge Dongfang Ji's two golden core phenomenons. Instead, she strode forward and soared into the air. She threw out a punch with her left hand. In her right hand, her sword was shrouded by layers of martial Dao astral qi that was indestructible as she slashed out. Her blood qi surged as though a tsunami was surging within her. Boom! Poof! A punch and a sword. The purple qi dissipated and the soldiers were beheaded. Right in front of everyone, the two golden core phenomenons that Dongfang Ji had just conjured were destroyed by Beiming Shui's punch and sword. The place fell into an uproar. Chapter 1359, Don't Mess with Her. Chapter 1359, Don't Mess with Her. Every single person with a double phenomenon was a peerless paragon. In this generation, there were less than a handful who could cultivate a double phenomenon. The most famous double phenomenon came from the monster incarnate of Chaos Essence sect, Di Yin. He cultivated the legacy phenomenon of the human emperor, Chaos Ocean. Thereafter, he fused with the world-cleansing green lotus of the Buddhist monasteries and surpassed the human emperor, forming an unprecedented chaos green lotus phenomena. However, Di Yin's brilliance was completely overwhelmed by someone else during the previous phenomenon ranking. The legendary Dao Lord Desolate Marshal cultivated 3 unprecedented golden core phenomenons and dominated the phenomenon ranking. He overwhelmed everything and suppressed 2 primordial races, shocking the world. That battle also made Desolate Marshal famous. The cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families were shocked when they saw Dongfang Ji cultivate a double phenomenon. The cultivators of the Dongfang aristocratic family were even more invigorated. They thought that their family clan had given birth to a peerless paragon that was comparable to Di Yin and Desolate Marshal. However, the excitement in everyone's eyes turned into shock the moment they saw what happened next. 2 golden core phenomenons were shattered by Beiming Shui's sword and fist. How was that possible? Could one truly release such a terrifying power after cultivating the martial Dao? Even the commanders of the 3 aristocratic families, Shimen Ziyi, Dongfang Yi and Nangong Ling were shocked, let alone the golden cores and nascent souls present. Nangong Ling, Liu Hanyang and Yu Xian knew that Beiming Shui was Su Zimo's eldest disciple and were long prepared. Even so, the 3 of them gasped when they saw that. Beiming Ao stood in the crowd and was completely stunned. Prior to this, he belittled the martial Dao and even mocked his sister for cultivating it because it had no golden core phenomenon. But now, the power released by Beiming Shui's body and bloodline was something that a golden core phenomenon could not withstand. 2 golden core phenomenons were destroyed by a single punch from her. For the past 3 years, Beiming Ao cultivated painstakingly in the main hall of the clan without slacking off at all. However, he had not expected that he would fall so far behind Beiming Shui in just 3 years. The difference between them was getting wider. Is this the power of the martial Dao? How many transformations has Beiming Shui cultivated to? Before this, there were also people who cultivated blood qi golden cores, but their strength was definitely not so terrifying. I reckon that Beiming Shui has already broken through to the 7th transformation of the martial Dao, astral infusion. That's right. When she attacked earlier on, her fist and sword were shrouded by a unique power. That should be astral chi. Instantly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Naturally, Suzimo was not surprised by that. His essence spirit was damaged and he looked listless the entire time, as though he was lethargic and his eyes were about to close. However, nobody knew better than him how terrifying the Martial Sutra was. Among the 9 transformations of the Martial Tao, in the later 3 transformations, every single one was a leap in quality and brought about a complete transformation. Right now, Beiming Shui was at the 8th transformation of the Martial Tao, Indestructible Diamond. If Di Yin was reborn at the Golden Core realm, he might be able to fight against her. However, Dongfang Ji was way too far from that. Instantly, things changed on the battlefield. Dongfang Ji had just formed 2 Golden Core phenomenons when they were shattered by Beiming Shui. She could not help but shudder and her face turned paler, even her organs were shaken violently. Her eyes flashed with panic and fear. That punch and sword strike had not only destroyed her Golden Core phenomenons, but also her confidence, pride, and past glory. Dongfang Ji, you've lost. Beiming Shui strode forward with a cold expression and slashed in reverse towards Dongfang Ji's head. Go. Right then, a bronze mirror filled with blood qi floated over from the battlefield. It shone with 6 spirit patterns and suddenly shone with a sanguine light that descended on Beiming Shui. Beiming Shui glanced at the spectator area. There were outsiders interfering. In the spectator area, Shimon Jingrui had an unfriendly expression as he glared at Beiming Shui on the stone platform. His fingers behind his back were conjuring hand seals as he controlled the blood-colored mirror in midair. It's the Carnate Spirit weapon, Bloodlight Mirror. That looks like Shimon Jingrui's weapon. Why is it on the battlefield? Many Beiming clansmen were stunned. In reality, the cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families present had naturally recognized that it was Shimon Jingrui's weapon. However, the cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families did not expose him out of respect. What are you guys doing? The aristocratic family competition is all one-on-one. Do you guys want to bully with numbers? Beiming Ao was extremely smart and could not help but holler when he saw what was going on. The cultivators sneered coldly and ignored him. Spectator area. Nangong Ling glanced sideways at Shimon Ziyi and Dongfang Yi with a mocking expression. Why? You can't afford to lose. The aristocratic family competition has always been about fair fights. What's this? Dongfang Yi's expression did not change. It's not the aristocratic family competition now. It's a personal feud between Dongfang Ji and Beiming Shui. Shimon Ziyi nodded slightly as well. That's right. Jingrui is already engaged to Jia, so he naturally can't watch her get bullied. It's only right for him to attack. You guys can even spin the way they're bullying with numbers into something righteous. How shameless can you guys get? Yu Xian could not help but stifle a chuckle. Nangong Ling said indifferently, Guys, let me advise you not to mess with Beiming Shui. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Ha ha ha. Shimon Ziyi could not help but burst into laughter as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world as he shook his head. I really want to see how a slut of the Beiming clan in the territory of my Shimon family can make me deal with any consequences today. Nangong Ling retracted his gaze and did not persuade further. He had no intention of attacking either. With his judgment, he knew that even if Shimon Jingrui attacked, he might not be Beiming Shui's match. The Bloodlight Mirror was created from the bones of more than 100 ancient remnant beasts and was soaked in demon blood all year round, emitting an extremely evil aura. The bloodlight that descended was extremely damaging to cultivators. In fact, even some Golden Core phenomenons could not withstand the corrosion of that bloodlight. However, Beiming Shui merely frowned when the bloodlight enveloped her. Her blood qi was strong and surged like a tsunami. Even the blood of pure-blooded ferocious beasts could not hurt her, let alone the blood of ancient remnant beast. However, the sword in her hands dimmed instantly and its edge was gone when it was tainted by the bloodlight. Thankfully, the sword was a perfect grade spirit weapon. If it was at supreme grade, it would have been destroyed within a few breaths. When she saw that, Dongfang Ji was invigorated and hope reignited in her eyes. With a tender shout, she controlled the heavenly essence spear and thrust it towards Beiming Shui. At the same time, she retrieved a black iron ruler from her storage bag and injected spirit energy into it. 6 spirit lights burst forth from the iron ruler. It was another carnate spirit weapon, hollow ruler. The Beiming clansman recognized the carnate spirit weapon right away. That was because this spirit weapon was a treasure of the Beiming clan to begin with. A cold glint flashed through Beiming Shui's eyes. Back then, Dongfangji used the hollow ruler to shatter her golden core. That scene was etched in her memories. Today, everything would come to an end. Chapter 1360, Furious from Embarrassment. Chapter 1360, Furious from Embarrassment. The sword in her hand was already tainted by the bloodlight. Beiming Shui abandoned it and welcomed the incoming heavenly essence spear. She strode forward and reached out. As a carnate spirit weapon, the speed of the heavenly essence spear was way too fast. It was merely a silver light that streaked by and arrived instantly. However, Beiming Shui's palm grabbed the silver light. The silver light dissipated and the heavenly essence spear fell into Beiming Shui's palm. It revealed its true form and danced continuously, wanting to break free. Beiming Shui harumphed coldly and channeled her blood qi, exerting strength in her palm. The spirit light on the spear was drowned by Beiming Shui's blood qi instantly and dimmed. Dongfangji had completely lost control of the heavenly essence spear. Swash! The moment the heavenly essence spear arrived, a black shadow descended as though it wanted to slice the void into two. Carnate spirit weapon, hollow ruler. Beiming Shui's expression was unchanged as she raised her right hand and opened her fingers to grab the falling hollow ruler. The expressions of the cultivators changed and they exclaimed. Grabbing the incoming heavenly essence spear barehanded and the hollow ruler were two completely different situations. As long as the tip of the heavenly essence spear was avoided, it was not much of a threat. However, the power of the hollow ruler was extremely terrifying. Even cultivators of the Shiman aristocratic family who specialized in body tempering would have their bones and tendons snap. Piak! The hollow ruler landed in Beiming Shui's palm. Beiming Shui did not move. In fact, there were no emotions in her eyes. Someone managed to receive the carnate weapon, the hollow ruler, barehanded. The cultivators ground their teeth and winced. Was that a body of flesh and blood? Disbelief filled the eyes of the cultivators. Dongfangji finally panicked. Her two carnate spirit weapons were snatched away by Beiming Shui barehanded. Even if she used other trump cards, there was no way she could be a match for Beiming Shui. She moved and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, Beiming Shui was even faster than her. Beiming Shui did not stop after receiving the two carnate spirit weapons. In a flash, she arrived before Dongfangji. Whoosh! Beiming Shui stabbed towards Dongfangji with the heavenly essence spear in her hand. How dare you! Dongfangji shrieked and tore a protection talisman in her palm. A jade green light spread and enveloped her. Poof! When the heavenly essence spear struck the gigantic green barrier, it was as though an airbag was punctured and the barrier dissipated instantly. Dongfangji's pupils constricted and her face turned pale. Her protection talisman could defend against a nascent soul's attack. She had not expected that the talisman would be shattered by Beiming Shui instantly. Before she could think further, she felt a sharp pain beneath her abdomen. A domineering power struck her golden core. Crack, crack, crack. Dongfangji's eyes widened. She could clearly feel cracks appearing on her golden core, densely packed and covering it instantly. Shattered. Beiming Shui waved the hollow ruler and shattered her golden core with a single strike. Thud, thud, thud. Dongfangji retreated continuously and staggered. Her legs went limp and she could not even stand as she fell to the ground. The shattering of her golden core meant that her 50 years of cultivation were instantly destroyed. Initially, golden cores in their 50s were in their prime because they had a lifespan of 500 years. But now that her golden core was shattered and her spirit energy was depleted, her lifespan had instantly fallen to 100 years of age for mortals. In her 50s, It meant that she had already spent more than half her lifespan. Within a few breaths, her black hair had already turned white and a few wrinkles appeared on her face, revealing her old age. Spectator area. With a bang, Dong Fangyi crushed the teacup in his hand. "Bitch, how dare you?" His expression darkened. He had not expected that the ants of the Beiming clan would dare to attack paragons of their aristocratic families so viciously during the aristocratic family competition. Dong Fangyi's face was filled with killing intent. Beiming Shui was not the only one who was going to die today. All the Beiming clansmen were going to die with her. As though he sensed danger, the Beiming clan leader looked terrified and uneasy. The other clansmen were jittery as well. Although Beiming Shui won, none of them looked excited at all, as though they had lost their parents. In the crowd, Su Zimo was the only one who was calm. On the stone platform, Dong Fangji was defeated and her golden core was crippled. Immediately after, another figure charged over. "Bitch, how dare you hurt Xia? You must have a death wish." Shimon Jingrui charged forward and cursed. Waving his palm, the bloodlight mirror in midair buzzed and spun towards Beiming Shui. Beiming Shui's expression was unchanged as she raised the hollow ruler and slashed forward. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing echoed when the two carnate spirit weapons collided. The bloodlight mirror was sent flying. At the same time, Shimon Jingrui had already arrived and punched Beiming Shui. Instantly, an extremely strong killing intent burst forth from that punch. The Shimon aristocratic family specialized in metal spirit arts and killing techniques. Beiming Shui had a mocking expression as she put away the hollow ruler and punched Shimon Jingrui's fist as well. Bang! There was a dull sound of defeat when the fists clash. Beiming Shui was motionless and her expression was indifferent. However, Shimon Jingrui's expression changed continuously. Immediately after, his arm cracked in an extremely terrifying manner. His entire arm was crippled by Beiming Shui's punch. Shimon Jingrui was also a decisive person. Gritting his teeth, he did not dare to linger and flew out of the stone platform without making a single sound. "Jingrui, take me with you," Dong Fangji shouted. Her golden core was crippled and she did not even have the ability to jump off the stone platform. When Shimon Jingrui heard Dong Fangji's shout, he looked over instinctively and was shocked. Right now, Dong Fangji was old and withered, she no longer had any of her former glory. A look of disgust flashed through the depths of Shimon Jingrui's eyes as he turned and fled. "Why you?" Dong Fangji was so angry that she was shivering with a desperate expression. Lifelong vows to the depths of the world, everything was a lie. "What are you guys waiting for? Suppress that slut." Shimon Zi stood up with a grim expression and shouted. Swash! 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 5 figures stood out from beneath Shimon Zi and released a powerful might. They were surrounded by dharmic powers and charged towards Beiming Shui with murderous auras. Nascent souls. Beiming Shui crippled the most outstanding golden core cultivators of the Dongfang and Shimon aristocratic families and enraged Shimon Zi and Dongfang Yi completely. "The few of you, capture those Beiming clansmen. I'm going to cripple all of their cultivations one by one and torture them slowly." Dongfang Yi waved his hand and gave the order as well. Before long, a few nascent souls of the Dongfang aristocratic family stood out as well and charged towards the Beiming clan. Because of Beiming Shui's domineering appearance, this aristocratic family competition had spun completely out of control. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.